nuclear war.
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat. Let's play a game. Real Nano, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube, and Benin, nice to see you here on Twitch. Have you ever seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe? No, I don't think I have. Well, that's a really famous sci-fi book by Douglas Adams. I haven't read it, unfortunately. I probably should, since it's a classic. But let's take a look at what we're doing today. So this is Web App Wednesday. We're going to be Shota. Hello, nice to see you here too. And we're going to be doing a little programming game in Python. The game of the game is The Farmer Was Replaced. So we're going to be playing that for the first hour to, well, to warm up our skills with cybersecurity, with coding, all that good stuff. And then we're going to do our second topic. So the second topic is going to be a little demonstration over at the EchoCTF platform. It's an easy machine called Apache, and we're going to be taking a look at well-known software exploits, and yeah, lots of fun. Cypher, hello, nice to see you here. And the third topic we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing a continuation of what we did on Monday, where we took a look at Modbus and ICS hacking. This time we're going to be doing the sequel over at TryHackMe. This one's called Attacking ICS Plant number 2. So this is going to be more hands-on and less informational. But yeah, that's the third hour of today's stream. And in the fourth topic, we're going to be doing PortSwigger CTF Labs. We're going to be learning about race conditions. So race conditions are software vulnerabilities that happen not only in web applications, but in all sorts of other programs as well. So we're going to be learning about those. We're going to be doing some of the labs, and it's going to be a good time. But without further ado, let's go ahead and put an hour on the clock and get into our first topic. Okay, so that's 60 minutes. And we're going to be getting into this game. It is called The Farmer Was Replaced. So I've got it up over here on Steam, and you should be able to see it. Let me see if I can tune the audio. Okay, so if you can hear the music, please let us know in the chat. And if it's too loud, let me know about that as well. I think I'm going to set everything to about 50% because it seems a bit loud. Okay, so everybody's been playing this game. The music is a bit too loud. Okay, so let me tune it down to like 40%. So I haven't played this myself. I've seen some people playing it, but we will introduce ourselves to the game, and we'll be introducing ourselves to some programming topics at the same time. So let's go ahead and start. So this window contains everything in the game. You can move around the windows by dragging and dropping the gray part of the window. So we can drag and stuff. I think I might make the text a little bit bigger because I can see this text okay, but it might show up a little bit small on the screen. Let's see, new code file, new window. This is the unlock tree. Let's see if I can go to the options, and I'll make the UI a little bit bigger. So UI size, I'll pump it up to 93. We'll see if this is big enough. Is that even bigger? Is that bigger even? So let's see, viewport sliding, increment number effect, tabs to spaces. Maybe it's in graphics. So VFX limit frames, graphics, resolution, screen mode. Okay, so if it would be nice if we were able to make the text a little bit bigger, but okay, that's fine. We've got our main window here. So this window contains everything about the game. You can move windows around by dragging and dropping. You can move around by dragging anywhere outside the window. So to get started with programming, go to your first program page by clicking it. Be sure to make sure the buttons are on the top right corner of the screen. Hover over each of them for a tooltip. Okay, so I'm just going to rearrange some of my windows over here. So first program. So the text editor, all programming is done in code windows. Each code window corresponds to text file containing the code. You can rename the file by clicking on its name at the top of the window. So, we can rename this. So I mean, main is okay for a main program. Yeah, sure. So the code can be edited like any other text editor as long as it's not running. You can execute the program directly by pressing the green play button. So this one right here. Okay, and then you can create more code files by using the plus button in the upper right corner of the screen. You can dock a window to another window by dragging it into it. So I can dock this. No, I can't dock this. Okay. So you notice that once you start typing, a simple code completion window will pop up. Press tab to insert the code completion. Use the arrow keys to navigate through the completion options. Don't worry if this is your first time programming. Okay. So currently there are two drone commands available. There's harvest and do a flip. These are function calls. You can think of function calls as a command that can be executed. You can execute it using the parentheses. So let's just try doing that. Harvest. So just type that in with the parentheses. So everything that's done in this game is kind of pseudo Python code. It's more or less Python code. This kind of syntax will work in Python. And if we click on harvest over here, then it looks like it's harvesting from this square over here. So entities.grass, total grow time 0.5 seconds. Okay, we got some attributes along with this object as well. Okay, do a flip. So we'll try running that as well. So harvest and do a flip. Okay, run it. So we do both of those, great. So these are, okay, so to type these are statements in the code window, press the execute button. You can think of your code as a sequence of statements. You can run multiple statements in a row like this: harvest, do a flip, harvest. So we can also copy and paste, which is really handy when you're doing coding. Okay, cool. So unlocks. Collecting grass will give you hay. Hay can be used to unlock loops in the unlock menu. Open the unlock menu with the button in the top right corner. So top right corner is here, and we got a tree. So we got grass. We've got speed, increases both the speed of the drone and the code execution. And we got hats. I don't think we need hats right now, but we also have expand. Expands the farmland and unlocks movement. So we also have the loop. So the unlock cost is 5. We don't have 5, so I think we're gonna go back and we're gonna run this program one more time to get exactly 5. Okay, and I think we can see the amount of currency we have, which is hay, up in the corner over here on the left. And I think we're gonna buy the while loop here. So click on it. Okay, so we bought this. You have unlocked the while loop and the values true and false. The while loop keeps executing the loop body as long as the condition is true. While condition, loop body. So if we run a while loop, we can basically harvest as long as there's something to harvest. So we can write a little loop. So while true, harvest. And we're just run that, and it should run indefinitely because it's this is an infinite loop. So run it. Okay, so it just keeps on running. So for beginners, perhaps you've tried several harvest calls in a row, but in this case, if you use a loop, you don't need to keep on running the same stuff in one at a time. It just runs it forever. So true and false, these are called Boolean values. While condition, loop body, loop body, loop body. Everything inside of a code block, and this is a code block, we know because there's a little colon at the end of the initialization of the code block. Is that what you call it? But yeah, so this will run basically forever, and we're also getting more currency as we go. So you can create a constant Boolean value that is always true. You can simplify it by just writing true. Write false as a constant Boolean will always be false. So you could either write while false, do a flip, or while true, do a flip. The first one will never do a flip, and the second will run flips forever in an infinite loop. Okay, so normally creating an infinite loop is a bad idea because it will freeze the program, but in this game, there are delays between each iteration of the loop, so it will cause the drone to keep doing a flip until you manually stop it by pressing the execute button again. Okay, so I think we're finished with this. Our main program is just harvesting forever, and maybe we can unlock some other stuff. Okay, and we'll just take a look at the upgrade window now. So we got hats. They got hats for your drone, and then we've got speed, and then we've got grass. So the unlock cost for speed seems to be pretty cheap, so we'll unlock that. So speed upgrade. So the speed has been doubled. Okay, so it's really harvesting really fast now. The problem is that the drone now harvests faster than the grass can grow, resulting in no harvest at all. To deal with this, if branches and can harvest function have now been unlocked. So check before harvesting. So far we've only had true and false as conditions, which of course are not very useful with if. So the new function can harvest provides better conditions. Can harvest returns true if the plant under the drone can be harvested, and false otherwise. So if can harvest, do something. So we can edit the window. We'll just stop. So while true, if can harvest, then harvest the thing. Otherwise, don't. I guess so. Otherwise, do a flip, maybe? Else, do a flip. Okay, and we've got a little program here. We're just going to run it. Error. Trying to check if the function can harvest is true. This is the function object itself, not the function's return value. So did you mean to call the function with the call operator? Oh. Okay, I made a mistake. Okay, so if can harvest, then harvest, else do a flip. So whenever you run functions in Python, oh, is that how you spell it? Yeah. So if can harvest comes back true, then harvest. Otherwise, do a flip. Run it. That still doesn't seem very fast. Okay, we've got our code over here. So, all right, let's continue. So unlocks, I guess we can... I think doing the flip is slowing us down a lot. So I'm just going to get rid of this code, the do a flip code. Just get rid of it. And then we can run our code again. So this is much faster. Okay, and then we can move on to the next thing. So the next thing we're going to do is, let's see, unlock cost grass, increases the yield of grass. We got expand the farmland, and unlocks planting. Increases the yield of the grass, so from 100% to 200%. I think we want to aim for that. Okay. So each time we harvest, we get two hay instead of one. So let's go over here. So we should be able to harvest pretty fast over here. I wonder what the next unlock should be. So the interesting thing about this game is that the programming functions in Python are, well, the features of the Python language, they're unlocked at different parts during different parts of the game, which is kind of interesting. It's definitely a game you want to pick up if you're trying to learn Python, because it really gives you a lot of opportunities to write code. Okay, and let's go back to the upgrade window. So the upgrade window is still, well, we see we're still harvesting here, which is good. We got expand. We can expand the farmland and unlock movement. So we can upgrade this. So expand 1. So the farm is grown. The space is not much used if you can't move the drone. So there's a new function, move, that moves the drone. Move requires that you specify the direction in which you want the drone to move. There are 4 new constants for this. There's north, east, south, and west. For example, move north will move the drone 1 square to the north. If you move over the edge of the farm, the drone will be moved to the other side of the farm, so it wraps over. So we go from here to here to here and then up. So I guess this is what we're going to do. So we're going to stop. We're going to write a new little loop. So if can harvest, then harvest else. Else we do something else. So else we move to the north. And OreoBite, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Haven't seen you in a while, but I hope you're having a good time in 2026. All right, so else we move north. And then what? Continue? Okay, so this should be able to harvest from all 3 of these windows. 2026 so far, not really. Well, I hope it gets better. I hope it gets better soon. Always trying to stay positive. Okay, so it looks like our loop is working. If we can harvest, we harvest from the square we're in. Otherwise, we move to the north. Okay, so this is working. And I think we can unlock some extra stuff now. So we got 426. Our next unlock is going to be, let's make this a little bit faster. So unlocks planting. Unlock planting. Okay, so this is 50 hay. So what are we doing? So plant grass is nice because it grows automatically. All other plants have to be planted with the plant function. The only plant you can plant right now is a bush. You can pass the type of plant that you want to plant to the function like this, plant entities.bush. So this will plant a bush under the drone, call clear to reset the farm to all grass, and then reset the drone position. It seems that if you grow more than one type of plant on the farm at the same time, you can sometimes get a higher yield. You need to research polyculture to learn more. Oh, you know what? Let's shout out OreoBite. So OreoBite has a YouTube channel. OreoBite has a YouTube channel as well as a Twitch channel. So I'll give OreoBite a shout out. There you go. Okay, so we need to plant some new types of plants, I guess. So we're just going to stop. We're going to edit our main window. So first, we're going to check if we can harvest. If we can't harvest, then we have to do something else. So else we will plant entities bush. Okay, so plant onto entities bush and then move north. Whoops, this shouldn't be on the same line. This should be on a different line. Okay, continue, and I think we don't need the continue in this case. Let's try to see if this code works. Okay, cool. So it's just going to... So we're getting a different type of currency now. So we got our hay that is obtained by cutting grass. We got 600. We got some wood, which is obtained from bushes and trees. So I guess we're just going to keep on harvesting this wood until, well, we get the next upgrade. All right, let's go ahead and go to the upgrade box. So we got 18, 19 wood. Let's see, increase yields of grass. We've got speed. So we can speed up stuff more. Let's do that. Okay, so everything should be faster now. And let's unlock the hats. Okay, so you've unlocked a few new hat colors for your drone. Equip them like this. change hat, hats.grayhat, do a flip. why is it do a flip over here? So hats, green hat, purple hat, gray hat, brown hat. Okay, so we'll keep this in mind if we have a little bit of extra time to put on our hats. Okay, and then what other upgrades do we have? So we got speed, we've got grass, we've got unlocks planting, so we just did this. And we can expand the farm even more. So the cost is 20 wood. Let's do that. Okay, so the farm has expanded again. Now the tiles are no longer in a nice row. So you need to find a way to traverse a square grid. With the while loop, this is not possible until you unlock senses and operators. Now it's time for introduce the for loop. So you can read all about for loops in this page, but for now you only need it to repeat code a fixed number of times. So do n flips. Okay, so for I in range 5, do a flip. Range n creates a range of numbers from 0 to n-1, which has n elements in it. So the for loop runs its loop body once for every element in the sequence. In this case, do a flip will be called 5 times. So the function getWorldSize is also available now. It returns the side length of your farm. This way you can write code that won't break with the next expand upgrade. So for I in range, getWorldSize, harvest, move north. So this for example, harvests 1 column of the farm for any farm size. So if you're stuck on trying to figure out how to move the drone around the farm, see the hint below. So I think what we need to do is if we can't harvest and we can't plant, then we have to do something else. So okay, let's stop. So while true, if can harvest, then harvest, else plant entities.bush, move north. But if we can't do that, then we have to do something else. So, is there like a can plant function as well? So move north. Let me check if we got a can plant. No, there's no can plant function. So unfortunately, we can't do that. So else plant entities.bush and then move north. But how do we set up a check for that? So if can harvest, then harvest. Otherwise, plant the thing and then move north. But otherwise, we could how about we put something in here as well? So for I in range, get world size. We'll do for I in range, get world size. I guess each time we do this, we'll also move east. Yeah, so we'll move east. And then we'll put this inside of the loop, or the for loop here. So just remember that indentation is very important inside your Python code. And let's see if this code works. Okay, so this works because we're always harvesting. So Rail Nano says if it can't harvest, it will plant a new one without letting the old one grow. I don't think you can plant anything if there's already something there. So the problem with this loop right here is that the grass is growing too fast, so it never gets the opportunity. Okay, let's stop this. So I guess we can also clear. So plant entities bush doesn't work. Uh, So maybe we need to do the first loop that plants everything and then harvest later. So first we will move east and then plant entities bush and then move east, plant entities bush, if can harvest, then harvest. If can harvest, then harvest and move north. I guess moving east and moving north, these won't be conditional. So move plant. If it can't plant, then if it can harvest, it'll harvest. Otherwise, it'll move north. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so I think this this doesn't seem to work. Let's put another plant in there as well. So move north and then plant entities bush. Okay, so we'll just put another one of these in here. And move east and then move north, and each time it'll do the check. So if can harvest, then harvest. This should fix some of our problems. Okay, let's try it again. Uh-oh. Harvest has not been defined. Harvest. Oh, okay, I spelled it incorrectly. So we need to spell everything correctly if you want to code, because when you make spelling mistakes, your code doesn't work. Okay, let's run it again. This is kind of working, but there are a couple of squares that don't get visited. Okay, Relnano says, can you have another program or a main open and then use it in the main? I mean, I think we can create other coding windows, but I think sticking to one coding window is okay for right now, and we'll probably be making more some other time. So what's the hint that they have over here? So the hint is, if you're stuck on trying to move the drone around the farm, see the hint below. There are, of course, several ways to move around the farm. So you can move north until it wraps back and then move east. For eye and range get rolled size might be helpful to turn this into code. I mean, what we have right now, it's working okay. So we'll just move on to the next upgrade. So the next upgrade is going to be expand. So this will, well, we can't expand right now. We need to get the next plant first. So let's increase the yield of the grass. Well, we don't have quite enough of the wood, though. We got print So we can print, we got carrots. So I think we want to get these carrots so that we can get a different type of plant. Till the soil and plant carrots. Okay. So carrots. Let's make sure that everything is on screen. So before you can plant the carrots with plant entities.carrot, you have to till the soil. This will change the ground to grounds.soil. To till the soil, you can simply call till. Calling till will change it back into grounds.grassland. Okay, so Ronana says, now you have to till and then plant. Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be that big a deal. We just have to print some, we have to, just code in some extra, like, if statements. So let's see, planting carrots costs wood and hay. These items will be automatically removed when calling plant entities.carrot. So I guess we need to have a good amount of both of these resources before we get serious about planting our carrots. Okay, so first we have to till, and then we have to, well, let's make a new one. So we'll call this one planting, we'll just call this one carrots. Ronana says you can still have bushes on tilled soil, but you can't have grass on it, for your information. Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me know about that. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Stephen McDonald, thank you. And welcome to the stream. Okay, so we'll run something like, well, true. For I in range. Get world size. I mean, it's the same thing that we were doing before. We're going to do something. We're going to move. Well, I guess we can start by doing the thing as well. So we can, to till the soil, till, and then plant entities.carrot. So plant entities.carrot. So it'll try to do that. If it can't do that, then it will. Then we can check to see if we can harvest. If can harvest, then harvest. And then we can move east. Move east and then check and then do the same thing again. So till, well, can't wait until we can create functions. Okay, can we copy this? Yeah, I think we can. And then we'll move north. Okay, and let's see if this works. We also clear at the top so that the farmland gets cleared. So we'll stop here, and then we'll run this program instead. So this is just for carrots. Okay, so we got our carrots. Looks like we're not harvesting. Oh, okay. So it takes time to harvest to mature. Huh. So how do we also have watering to worry about now? So if can harvest, otherwise move north. So it would be nice if there was a way to check. Okay, so we won't till anymore. That's what I meant. I think you can do flips to waste time. So, do flips to waste time. maybe, yeah. So till, plant, if can, harvest, harvest. Otherwise, well, I mean, we can also do a flip. So do a flip here, do a flip here, and do a flip here. Okay, let's give this a try. We still haven't gotten any carrots, huh? This is no good because we're planting our carrots, but we're not. Do we do two flips? Okay, so till, plant entities carrot, if can, harvest, harvest, do a flip. So maybe we till everything first. Maybe just tilling everything first is the way to go. So for I in range, till everything, right? So it's just going to be, so till, and then move. So let's just, we'll call this program till all the soil. Okay. Clear. For I in range of get world size. Let's just grab this. For I in range of get world size, till, and then move north. Till, move east, and till. I think one of these is not. Nice VM. Rob, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're not, this isn't necessarily a VM, we're just playing a little game right now. No in after I at the beginning. Oh yeah, so for I in range, get world size, till, move north, till, move east, till, and we'll just run. I can't wait for this to be, for us to be able to make this a function. Let's just run this first. Till, move north, till, move east, till. This didn't get all the squares. There's got to be something. So get world size is going to be 3, right? So 3 times till, and then so you can have it move 3 times north. That goes to the start, and then it would make it go east. So, I mean, 4 times is going to be, so get world size plus 1. I think we need to unlock like arithmetic over here. So let's see, operators, 1 plus, okay. So I think we can unlock this. So we got operators, we got our arithmetic operators, our comparisons, and our Boolean operators. So all numbers in the game are floating point numbers, so all arithmetic operators are floating point operators, okay? So this is, yeah. So I think well, I mean, if you've done Python before, most of these should be fairly familiar to you. Okay, so till all the soil, for I in range. I guess we'll move north first. So we'll till, move north, till and then move north. That's all we need to do, right? And then for the same thing, we'll we'll till and then move east. So we want a program that just does this exactly. So maybe we'll do it 4 times to move over to the so get world size +1, and the same thing here. So get world size +1. Okay, let's give it a try. Oh, maybe we shouldn't have done the +1. Okay, not the +1. Okay, and then we'll try it again. So this moves. So let's see. So do this thing, and then maybe we just run this over and over again, and then we'll move 1 east each time, right? And then between each one of these, we're just going to move east once. Move east. You have to clear it every time it loops. You have to clear it every time it loops. Just a second. I'm gonna try this out, and we'll see what it looks like. So move east, and then oh, that's not going to be any good. And then at the end here, move east. So that does it 3 times. So 1, 2, 3. 3 times should get us back to the beginning. And let's see what it does. So is this a beginner-friendly game? You will have to look up how to do stuff later, but that's part of the fun. So the part of the fun is learning about programming and getting the program to run your stuff. Okay. Okay, so this tills all the soil and then gets us back to the beginning. And then we need to run another piece of code. So Senior Goomba, hello, nice to see you there. Is this part of a school, or do you do this independently? So, I mean, my Twitch channel is independent. It's not part of a school. I'm looking to start up a cybersecurity education program officially, and well, probably sometime this year. We'll see what happens. But for right now, it's just my personal project. Okay, so till all the soil, and then run the next program. So the next program is carrots. So carrots is, so for iron range, we're just harvesting here. So we're not going to do the till anymore. So we'll also we'll do the while true loop up here. While true. We can just get rid of this. So for an iron range, get world size, we will plant the carrots, or actually we'll try to harvest the carrots first. So if can harvest, then harvest it. Otherwise, we'll plant the carrots. Else, plant entities.carrot, and then move north, and then move east, and then all this stuff. Okay, Ganik, AK, hello, nice to see you here. And Emor or Ima 640, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? But now if it can't harvest, it will just plant. So if it's not, so we check if it can harvest first. If it doesn't, then it'll plant the carrot and then move north. So it'll move north, and then it'll check again. So if can harvest, if can harvest, then harvest, otherwise plant the carrot. And then so each time it's going to do this 3 times. So 3 times it'll move north. No. It'll move north and then then east. Then we'll do it east and then do it again. Right? So we can just copy and paste this. So move north. Well, everything up to here. And then we'll just paste it again. So normally we would find like a way to turn this into a function, but well, I don't think we've got functions right now, so we can't do it. And then move east. And then run the same thing again. So just copy this whole code block. If we had functions, we would turn it into a function. And then move east again. Okay, my only concern is it will plant on carrots that haven't grown yet because it can't harvest. I think we're going to plant everything. So it's actually going to take quite a bit of time to plant everything here and then get up to the top and then come back to the beginning. So the carrot should have enough time to grow completely, but I guess we'll see. So we have move east once, move east twice, and let's just do one more. So move east the 3rd time should bring us back to the beginning. So 4 ion range, 4 ion range, and then 4 ion range. So this moves north 3 times. Okay, let's try this out. Sick in the mind. Hello, nice to see you here. We're playing a little Python game where we are farmers trying to automate our drones. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, good, good. So it doesn't try to plant over. All right, we've got it working. So the game is called The Farmer Was Replaced. Let me go ahead and get the page on Steam. So over here, if you're interested in picking it up. How much does this cost? So I think it's 13 bucks Canadian, so it's going to be something like $9 or $10 American. Probably like $9 American. Anyways, let's go back to the game. So we've got our carrots, great. But we're also spending our other currencies. We got our hay, we've got our wood, and we're getting our carrots. So we'll just leave this alone for a little bit. We've got 2 programs right now. We've got one for tilling all the soil for the carrots, and then we've got one for planting and harvesting the carrots. Let me see if I can upgrade our capabilities even more. So we got our print. Increase the yield and cost of carrots from 100% to 200%. I think we want to invest in this. Okay, and increases the yield of grass. Increases both the speed and execution of drone and code execution. So it increases it by quite a bit. Can also expand the farm. So I think we want to expand the farm at this point. Okay, so we need to reset our function here. Or not the function, the program. Because before this was 3x3, now it's 4x4. We need to adjust our program to fit. So till all the soil. We need to repeat this 4 times. So currently we're repeating it 3 times. Our set of instructions to till all the soil. Okay, so let's just run that again. So this will till all the soil. And then we can start planting our carrots again. But we need to repeat it 1 more time because the size of our farm is increased. Okay, and then we can run the program. Okay, so this seems to be working. It seems a little bit inefficient, but and that's fine. We're just trying to get this stuff to work first. Okay, so we've got our carrots, we've got our hay, we've got our wood. I think we should find some way to plant all of these types of crops at once, but maybe we'll wait a little bit to do that. Okay, so what else can we do? We unlocked our arithmetic operators. Senses. So the drone can see what's under it and where it is. Okay. I mean, this seems pretty good. Okay, so what does it say? The drone can see now. So the functions get position X and get position Y returns the current X and Y position of the drone. At the start, they're both 0, and the X position increases by 1 every tile towards the east, and the Y position increases by 1 every tile towards the north. So number items, item, now returns how many of an item that you have. For example, num items, items.hay, returns how much hay you have. Okay? So get entity type and get ground type return the type of entity or ground that is underneath the drone. So for example, do a flip if you're over a bush. So if get entity type equals entities.bush, do a flip. Okay, so this is good. Okay, the none keyword has also been unlocked. None is a value that represents that there is no value. For example, a function that has no return statement will actually return none. Okay, no more wood. Okay, we need to change that. So carrots is done. We'll just run this old program over here. And this plants bushes and stuff. Okay, where is it? Okay, so we can just leave this running for a little bit while we think about what we're going to be doing next. So the next thing we're going to be doing is so we can determine what kind of entity types or ground types are underneath the drone. So we can run more complicated programs depending. If you want to find out how many of a particular unlock you have, use the num unlocked unlock function. So num unlocked unlocks.speed will return the number of speed upgrades that you have. Num unlocks.senses will return 1 if the senses are unlocked and 0 if they are not. You can also use the num unlocked on items, entities, or grounds. It will return 1 if it's unlocked or otherwise 0. Be careful, num unlocked.carrots will return the number of times it was unlocked or upgraded. So items.carrot will return either 0 or 1, same for other plants. Okay, so before we go, I guess what we can try to do is we can try to plant We can try to come up with a program that first sets up ground that is 1/2. Maybe we can do like 1/2 grass, like 1/4 grass, or like 1/3. We got 16 tiles right now. So we have 16 tiles. We want to split it up by 2. Anyways, let's give it a try. I can't remember the names of those functions anymore. Okay, so till all the soil. It's going to be a different program now. Let's get rid of this. Carrots. So till all the soil. So maybe we can do this. So this tills. Maybe we'll do 2 rows that are tilled and 2 rows that are not tilled. I mean, that's pretty... It's not too hard. We just need to delete some of these lines. So this is... It's doing it 4 times right now. We just need to get rid of 2 of these. Okay, so till all the soil. It's not actually tilling all the soil. Till half the soil. Okay, and we'll just stop the execution here. So second in mind, so it's limited to archaic linear code, or would it support custom functions? I think we unlock functions later on. Let me see if I can locate. Auto unlock things, costs, dinosaurs, dinosaurs and cactuses. Let's see, set speed, time, lists, functions. So functions are down here. So maybe we can try to unlock the functions right now. So variables, okay, we unlock those. And then let's unlock the functions. Define your own functions. Okay, good. Yep, awesome, awesome. Okay, so we've got our own functions, so we can create some. So in this case, for till all the soil, we can just turn this into a function. So we can define, let's call this till a row. These are these rows or columns? So till a column. So till a column is basically this. Well, hold on. Yeah, so this is till a column. We can just get rid of this. So this is the function definition. We can call the function here. So till a column. And we can also speed this up a lot as well. So for I in range of, what was it, get world size. Till a column, and that's going to till all the soil. Till a column and then move east. So this is going to essentially do the same thing as all the other code that we did up there. Okay, let's run this code. So till all the soil, well, it's till all the soil again. Run. Oh, wait. There isn't enough indentation here. Oh, there isn't. Right. So this should be like that. Okay. And I think our we don't have any problems with indentation anymore. Run the program. Not a valid expression. So for I in range, get world size, O. Yeah, okay. Good to be able to debug. Okay, so this tills everything. Awesome, it works. Okay, and I think we're going to need to stop at this point because we've already been at this for about an hour. But we'll come back to this next week and we'll get some more advanced farming techniques done, hopefully. Let's see. So we're just gonna, yeah. So next week we'll come back to this. We'll come up with a plan to plant all the different crops, and then we can start automating things. All right. So let's go ahead and get out of here then. Once more, this is called The Farmer Was Replaced. You can find it over here. It costs about $10 American. But let's talk about what we're going to be doing next. Okay, so topic 1 is done. Topic 2 is here. Topic 3 is on deck. And it's about time we play a little bit of music. Let's go ahead and play more of the Shovel Knight soundtrack, but softly. Okay, Rel Nano says we're gonna get to the hacking. Yep. Okay, so the website we're gonna be using is called EchoCTF.red. It's over here. You can make a free account over there. You can. Is this a new network? Oh, WebTex. Okay, I was taking a look at this earlier, but we're going to be doing some challenges from this network over here. It's the BRCTF Machines Network. So this is a bunch of virtual machines that were used for a CTF competition back in 2023. If you want to take a look at this network after you've logged in, the link is over here. Okay, I'm going to put 60 minutes on the clock. We're probably not going to need 60 minutes to do the demonstration, but it is there. Let me go ahead and get my notes. So we're going to be doing the Apache machine on this network. So I've got a little guide. I've got a little guide for how to complete the room over here. And we're also going to be, there's a little presentation file that I'm going to be using to demonstrate. Okay, so we're just going to start up our VPN. Oh, this is supposed to be at the downloads directory. This music is a bit distracting, so I'll try coming up with a slightly more chill soundtrack. How about this one? Music is kind of crazy. All right, this is a little easier on the ears. Okay, let's go back. So this challenge, let me go ahead and do my intro. So Ronana says, are you using a VM? Yeah, so we're currently using a Kali Linux VM. So if we do our uname-a. So the name of our host is HackerFrogs, but this is actually a Kali Linux virtual machine. Okay. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Apache machine over at the BRCTF Machines Network over at EchoCTF.red. So this is an intermediate level challenge. And the first thing we need to do to start the challenge is we need to start this machine up. So we can click on this little gear and you can click on power up the target, click OK. And I guess before we go and start the challenge, we can read the description for the challenge. So the challenge description says, if Apache had legs, it would definitely walk. Okay, and it also says, I don't need a huge pit bull to tell me I'm tough. I don't know what exactly this means, but we can go ahead and access the machine now that it's been powered up at this IP address right here. So we can click on the address, that'll copy it to the clipboard, and because we're now connected to the EchoCTF Network, we can go ahead and do some port scanning. So the typical port scan we do is, it looks something like this. So we run nmap, we run it against all the ports, we run it on very verbose mode, which gives us feedback before the scan finishes. We run it on T4 speed, which means it's fast but not too fast, and we're trying to get versioning information from whatever services we find. So when we run this, it'll tell us that there are 2 open ports available on the machine. There's port 80, which is associated with unencrypted web pages, and there's port 22, which is associated with secure remote shell login. So that being said, we can actually visit the web page itself. So we're just going to grab the IP address. In our web browser, we can just paste in the IP address. We'll prepend it with HTTP. And there's a skateboarding school. Okay. So the interesting thing about this particular challenge is that we don't really need to worry too much about the skateboarding school website over here, because we're going to get some interesting news from the port scan in just a little bit. So I guess the other thing we could do to get the same kind of information is we could go over to our web app enumeration over here. We can just run curl on it. Run it verbose. And we can see up here we've got some HTTP response headers when we download the page. So it tells us that the web server software that's being used is Apache. So Apache, it's a very common type of web server software, but unfortunately this version of the Apache software is very, very old. So if you've got a sense for what the current version of software is for these different types of software, so for example Apache, we could look it up pretty easily. Let's see. Apache web server current version. So this is the current stable release for Apache HTTP server is version 2.466, but what we're dealing with here is 2.449. What we can do is we can search in a very well, there's a special program we can use to search for software vulnerabilities called SearchSploit. So if we search for the Apache software at this version, it tells us there's an exact match for this version of Apache, and the vulnerability is path traversal and remote code execution. So this is bad because the web server software itself is usually not vulnerable to known it's not usually vulnerable, but in this case it is. There's a search for, yeah, there is. This is a pretty common tool that you use on Kali Linux when you're doing CTF challenges. So it's called SearchSploit. Let's talk about this thing here. So we're talking about the Apache machine, and we're dealing with a vulnerable web server with vulnerable web server software. So in this challenge, we discover a rare instance where the web server software itself is vulnerable to known attacks. So using the same tool that we used to find this particular vulnerability, we can copy the relevant script to our working directory. So this is how we're going to do it. So we used this tool here, SearchSploit, to find the vulnerability, and we can also SearchSploit to copy the vulnerability script over to our current directory. So we just need to reference it by the number. So this is the number here. So when we run the command, it'll copy over the hacking script to our current directory, and it also tells us what it's for. So Apache HTTP server 2.4.49 path traversal and remote code execution vulnerability, and they've also got some links for the documentation. But for our purposes, we just need to understand what's going on in the script. So this is the script that we have here is a bash script. And what it does is it runs bin bash, and if the number of arguments is not 2, then it'll give us a little message over here that shows us how to run the command. So let's run the script by itself. So it says something 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 not found. So let's take a closer look at that script. So if first argument and second argument are missing, then echo set target list.txt path command, and then echo poc.sh targets.txt / etc password. So this is basically a syntax example, and what we need to do is we need to put the IP address of the target inside of this file right here called targets.txt. So our IP address that we're dealing with is where? Here. So we're just going to echo to targets.txt this IP address, because that's what the script wants. Okay, and what else does it want it to do? So the example here, run the script with targets.txt and then read a particular file. So in this case, it's trying to read etc password. So it's trying to run cat as the command for the first argument here, and then argument 3. Well, it doesn't actually tell you what argument 3 is supposed to be, but argument 3 is supposed to be the file name that you want to read. In this case, it's etc password. So what the script is trying to do is it's trying to run a curl command. So the curl command, it looks like it's trying to access the host's CGI bin directory here, and then it's trying to do a, what is it called? Like an escape up to the top of the file directory. We've got a bunch of %2es that are URL encoded. These URL encode to the dot character, so it's .. /.. to get the top of the file system, and then run the second argument. So the second argument is going to be the I think the second argument is the second argument is the file that we want to read over here. So etc password. I mean, we can, for an example, we can run the script. So we run this script with targets.txt, and we're going to try to read the etc password file. So because we're able to do this successfully, we see that the script worked. It was able to get us arbitrary file read, and this gives us a bunch of information about this target. So this target has a user named EchoCTF, which is a regular user and has their own regular shell that they use, so bin bash. Most of these other user accounts, they don't have an actual login, like an actual login shell, except for this user and the root user. So typically when you have something like arbitrary file read, what you can do is you can search for potential SSH private keys. So this is like a technique you see on easy CTF boxes like this one is, and we're just going to try to read another file. So instead of reading etc password, we'll see if home EchoCTF has a .ssh directory, and if it does, if they've got an SSH private key. So it turns out they do. So this user right here, EchoCTF, we're able to read their SSH private key through the vulnerability in the Apache software. So if we've got an SSH private key, we could copy this over to our own system and then use this to log into the remote server. So we're just going to go into ID RSA on our own machine. We paste in the contents of the private key here, save it out. The next thing we need to do is we need to make this key executable. Because, well, not executable. We need to make the key, we need to set very specific file permissions for this key. So because anybody can read and write this key, we can't use it for an SSH private key. So we just need to run chmod 600 on it to change the file permissions. So now this has the correct permissions for the SSH private key with SSH. All right. So from here, we can log in as the EchoCTF user. So we just need to run SSH as the EchoCTF user at the IP address here, and we specify we're going to be using the IDRSA key. And then we get access to the system. So let's talk to Scary Hacker Voice Man about how we got into this particular machine. So let me call him out.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Apache Web Server Administrator, it seems like your version of Apache software needs to be upgraded. That is a big mistake. We're able to determine the version of software you're using for your web server and then find a hacking script that matched that version number. From there, we were able to do arbitrary file read and find that a user on your system has a readable SSH private key. We use that to log in. Maybe you knew about these security flaws in your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so it was a relatively easy initial access. We were able to abuse like a very old version of the web server software to get arbitrary file read. So from here, what we want to do is we want to figure out if our user, well, okay, there's the user flag is in the home directory here, and we could probably submit this if we wanted to. In this case, we're not going to, but let's talk about what we are going to do. Guybrush Threepwood says, hack the planet one CPU at a time. That's what we're going for, Guybrush. Thank you. So typical way of trying to determine if we can elevate our privileges, and this is what we're doing right now. It's called privilege escalation. We're currently running as a lower level user, and we want to get access to the highest level of user, which is the root user. We can run this command right here to see if our user is able to run any commands as sudo, which is the highest level root user, the root user. And it says right here, user EchoCTF, which is our user, can run the following commands on Apache. So as any user, as any group, with no password, we can run bin cpio. So cpio is not, most users don't use this particular binary right here, but let's talk about what this is. Okay, so for our privilege escalation on this box, we're going to be using sudo cpio. So our user has sudo access to the cpio program, which is a tool used for extracting files from archive files, and is important for the startup process of the Linux operating system. So typically during boot up, the cpio program is going to be extracting information from archive files to boot up the system. But for our scenario, we just need to know this. The privilege escalation methods for cpio are well known and can be looked up on the GTFO bins website over here. So a very common website that we use, especially for these easy level network hacking exercises, is called GTFO bins. You can find it over here. So GTFO bins is a curated list of Unix binaries that can be used to bypass local security restrictions on misconfigured systems. So whenever we find that we've got a sudo access or elevated access with some Unix binary, we usually like to look it up over here. So seeing as if we've got access to CPIO, we can look it up, and they've got an entry for it. So this binary here, we've got different privilege escalation functions depending on what kind of elevated access we have. In our case, we've got sudo. So it says here, if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So we got a two-step process for opening up a privileged shell using the CPIO program. So let's talk about it. Jose Lu or Josalu is the GOAT. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Okay, so we've got two commands. So echo bin sh greater than, less than dev tty, and then greater than dev tty, and we create a file called localhost out of this output right here. So the second command is actually going to run the CPIO command. So what's actually happening? So the first command writes a shell script that the CPIO program can use, and the second command is actually going to use that particular file to start an interactive terminal. And since this is run as sudo, which means it's run as the root user, it's going to be a root terminal. So let's go ahead and follow the instructions. So over here, essentially we can just grab the instructions here and then paste them in. So this creates a file called localhost. Oh, this is not the right terminal. No, this is the right terminal. Oh, we can't do it in this directory. Okay, we have to move into the temp directory. Okay, we'll try it again. Okay, so we've created the localhost directory, the localhost file here, and then we just need to execute that script using this command. So the reason why the CPIO binary is able to be abused like this is the CPIO binary is able to run system commands. So the system command is running over here is the rsh command, running this particular command here, bin sh, and it's using the script over here as some arguments for how to run the script. So when we run this, we are now the root user. So we were able to abuse the CPIO program running as sudo to get a terminal as root. So that means...
What are you? I'm system root.
Okay, so we're now the root user, and the only thing we need to do now is read the root flag. So the root flag is going to be in the root directory, and you can see it over here. So anyways, I don't want to leave this on the screen for too long, so I'm just going to exit. But that essentially is the box. So what did we do? So the first thing we did was we did a little bit of server enumeration. We were able to get a version for the Apache software that was being used, and we found that this particular version of the software is vulnerable to a known exploit. So we were able to use a script that attacks that exploit, and then we were able to get arbitrary file read. From there, we were able to get a SSH private key, which we used to log into the server, and then we found that our user could use the CPIO binary with sudo, which we then abused to get terminal access as the root user. So everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Apache machine over at the BRCTF Machines Network over on EchoCTF.red. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Not leaving. We're not leaving. It's just something I need to say for the YouTube video. Thank you. Thank you very much for understanding. So yeah, it's fun to do these beginner exercises. If you're interested, this entire network is filled with these beginner exercises. I'd say that if you've got some basic network hacking skills, you should be able to do the first 10 or 15 of these machines inside the network here with a little bit of help. Most of the time, the privilege escalation steps especially are not super difficult. Actually, no, wait. I would say that the initial access for most of these machines is pretty easy. So if you want to give yourself a challenge, you can start working through these over here. Everything is free on this network, of course. And yeah, good luck with that. All right, so we've got 30 minutes. We got 30 minutes of time to kill, but maybe we'll do something else in the meantime. So we got 30 minutes. What I wanted to do, maybe we could do some more challenges over at Hack the Web. So Hack the Web is a German CTF website. It starts off very, very easy, but we've done all the easy challenges already. And we're trying to... We're trying to figure out if we can do some other fun challenges on the site. So let me see what I've got left. We've got Oracle, we got Freedom, Cypher, Say, Post-it. We also have the Community Archive. Assembled Mysterious Encoding Tor Interface. This looks like it might be a fun challenge. Let me take a look at this. Okay, the request can be found if you request the deletion of Chal 301. So, I mean, I think we're looking at some web app hacking stuff. If you want to try this out yourself, you can log into the website and then go to this particular endpoint. They've got like a guest login as well. So that's username demo, password HTW123. If you want to try this out for yourself. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So when ads run on Twitch, we also have a little break on YouTube, and we're just gonna put on some birds. So I love my birds. Here are some birds from the summer, and we'll be back in about 60 seconds because I need to take a little bit of a water break. So enjoy the birds and the music. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Guyver's Threepwood, those are some great emotes. Are those all of the bird-related emotes that you can find? That's great, thank you. But these are some Stellar Jays. They're one of my favorite birds because they're very, very smart, but they're not quite as obnoxious about scavenging for food as crows are. But anyways, let's go ahead and put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Looking for more, of course. Okay, so this is Hack the Web. I provided the credentials that you can use to log into the website, and it says the answer can be found if you request the deletion of Chal/Chal301. That's interesting. So let's see, Chal301. Let's take a look at the code for this particular web page, just in case there's something hiding here. What is this? I think we can. So this is my guess. So my guess is that what we need to do is we need to make a request to the website here, and we need to request the deletion of this particular endpoint. So the way we can do this is we could use a specific, what is it called? HTTP method. So HTTP methods, let's talk about it a little bit. So HTTP methods. So the typical method we use to request web pages is the get method. Get web page contents. But there's a bunch of other methods as well. So along with get, the most common, one of the most commonly used methods for HTTP is the post method. So the post method is going to send data to a website. So that's the post method. There's also commonly there's the head method. Get the website headers. I think what they're looking to have us do in this challenge is to use the delete method. So delete a web page. So we need to delete a web page. Most of the time, the get method. Well, the get method is almost always allowed on a particular web page, but these other ones, they're not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed you're going to be able to use the delete method or the head method. Well, most of the time, yeah, the head method. Not all the time the post method. It really depends on the configuration for the web page. So I think the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to log in as the other user, because I might expose my cookies while I'm doing this challenge. So I'm not going to be logging in as the Shy Hat. We're just going to use the demo account. Okay, and then we'll access the challenge. Where is it? So interface. Okay, so the answer can be found if you request the deletion of this endpoint. We can probably start up like Burp Suite to take a look at this web page. So Burp Suite is a pretty common tool that you can use to inspect web page traffic. And Shulk, or Max, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so let's go ahead and request this in the Burp Suite browser. So we're going to go to proxy, open up that browser. Guybrush3 says, love Burp. Yeah, it's a pretty fun security tool. If you want to learn about web app security stuff, you need to learn how to use Burp. Okay, so name and web page. So name and password demo HTW123. Okay, get in there. So we need to delete this endpoint. So we're just going to go over to our Burp Suite. So in the Burp Suite history, it should have all of these web pages recorded by the by the proxy. So we got challenge 301. We can put this in the repeater, and then we can start playing around with the request. So what we're going to do is we can send this request here. We see the response. What we really want to do is we want to grab the endpoint it's specifying here. So chow 301. I'm just going to grab that endpoint, copy it. I'm going to go back to the request, and we're just going to change the endpoint here. So /chow /chow301, and we're going to use a different method. So instead of get, we're going to use delete. And then we're going to send that. And then we get an answer. So it says the answer is Guessbert. Guessbert? That's interesting. So the other thing we could do with this is we could have done this with the curl command, we go over to the requests, and we can, let's see, copy as curl command bash. Then we can take a look at what it looks like as a curl command. Okay, Edgar Valenzuela says, do you do these challenges beforehand, or are they live? It seems you know a lot. I've done other challenges that are kind of similar to this. I haven't done this particular challenge before, but I have done stuff that's similar. But this one, no. This one, no. I do demonstrations for challenges that I've done before, and I did one previous to this. But for this one, I haven't done it before. So we got host, well, all this stuff here. So we need to... The thing about this challenge is that we need to send our cookie along with our request. That's why I didn't do this as my regular account. So yeah, we can just grab this particular command and we can just paste it into curl over here. And let's see if this gives us the same result. Okay, so yeah, we were able to do the same thing with the curl command, and we got the same answer. The answer is Gespert. This is probably some German word, because the website we're dealing with is German. So translate google.com. This is blocked. Blocked? Okay. Let's log back into our platform over here. So we'll log out. And we'll log back in as our regular account. And then we'll solve the challenge over here. Interface 1. Paste it in. Go. Gespert is correct. Great. Okay, so the other thing we're going to do is we're going to do a little write-up for the challenge, because we need to document the stuff that we do. So, because in cybersecurity, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. Comrade Soul, hello, nice to see you here. And thank you very much for using the HackerFrogs emote. So this is Hack the Web. And what is the number of this challenge? Let's go ahead and create a little file. This is challenge number 301. So we'll call this 301 interface.md. We need to record a couple of things each time we do our write-ups. So the URL where we can find the challenge, the concept we need to understand to get the challenge done, and the method of solve. The method of solving the challenge. So the URL we got here, and the concept we need to understand is different HTTP methods, and using the delete method. Okay, so realistically, how do we do this realistically if we don't know, if we don't have access to Burp Suite? So I like to try creating methods of solving these web challenges without using complicated tools like Burp Suite. Most of the time, we like to try to come up with a curl method that'll do the same thing. But let's just assume that we didn't. Let's take a look at this curl command here. Most of the stuff we have here, we don't need. So I think we need this part of the command. We don't need this part of the command. We do need to supply the cookies. So how much can we strip out of this command and still get the same result? This is what we're trying to figure out here. Man, there's a lot of headers. Okay, Max says, it's nice to see you, but I need to run, get to sleep. No worries, no worries. Definitely prioritize sleep over watching the streams, especially if you can watch them later. I think the only thing we need to send is the delete method along with our cookie. Although I'm not sure if we need to send the cookie. Okay, and let's take a look. Let's try this curl command right here. So this is fine. So we can get away with this as long as we send a cookie and we just send the delete method. And thank you very much for subscribing, Gildis. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Niagena. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So we get the answer this way as well. Let's see if we can strip out the login cookie and get the same result. So we'll try getting rid of the SID and just send the language preference. Okay, so we actually don't need the cookie in this case as well either. We do need to send this cookie over here because that's the one that gives the language for the response. But this is all we need. This is all we need. Okay, go back in. So the method of solve. So all we need to do to solve this, well, let's not use that language maybe. We need to use the delete HTTP method with a specific endpoint to get the answer. Hanky says, nice music, it's like a game soundboard. Yeah, I mean, this is, I play a lot of game music on this channel because, well, it doesn't get me in trouble with YouTube most of the time. Okay, we'll supply the curl command here. So this one is shell 301. Okay, and we'll just complete our walkthrough just like this. And I think there's one more challenge that uses the same. We might as well do this next challenge as well. It's called Interface 2. Okay, so as with the previous task, you're trying to delete something. Delete this, and then authorize yourself with this header. Alright, so if you're using the demo account, you can access it from over here. Remember, the username is demo, and the password is HTW123. So as with the previous task, you're trying to delete something. Let's try deleting this, and then authorize yourself with this header. So, I mean, I think the method we use, it's going to be the exact same thing, only we're sending an additional header. So we just run it just like this. We're deleting challenge 302 instead of 301. And we're going to send an extra header. So the extra header is going to be the authorization header. So -h. And we're just going to copy this. Okay, and then send it off. Yeah, all right, we got the answer again. So, I mean, it's very similar. The only thing we need to do is we just needed to send like an additional header when we sent our request. So the answer is erlaubt. I have no idea what this means. We can find out in just a second. Allowed. Erlaubt. Erlaubt kind of sounds like allowed. Could it be like the same thing? English is a Germanic language. Okay, let's do the write-up for this one as well. Shouldn't take a long time. So this is 302 interface 2.md. The URL of the challenge, the concept we need to understand to do the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, let's get that information. So the URL is here. The concept is using the delete method. With an authorization header. Okay, so we're given essentially the same task as the previous challenge, except we need to send a custom, well, we just send a specific HTTP header with our request. So I'm just gonna copy the command. Paste it in. So the only thing we need to keep in mind is the contents or the value of the authorization header is going to be different for each user. So this is not going to be the same thing. This is my user's authorization header. Let's commit those changes. And how much time do we have left? We've got 15 minutes about. I think we might be able to do one more of these challenges. Let's go back in. Oh, let me get the answer first. So the answer is Erlaubt. Okay. So we've got RockU and we've got Mentalist. I think Mentalist. I think this might be a pretty fun challenge. Let's take a look. Okay, so Mentalist. Sometimes you can guess a password if you have enough information about a person. First name Max, last name Musterman, birthday. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this actually highlights like a fairly common security tool that we use for password cracking. Well, not password cracking, but brute force online attacks. Let's see. So Mentalist, they've got a separate word list here. Oh, Mentalist is the tool they want us to use. I'm used to using another tool that's called CUPP. So they've got a article over here talking about using this particular tool called Mentalist. But I guess we can use this Mentalist tool as well. Oh no, they do use CUPP. Huh. Yeah, so this creates like a custom word list. Let's see if I've got it installed on my Kali Linux here. Okay, so cup is not installed, but we can install it. Typically, we don't use this tool very often, so we probably want to use just want to download it into our temporary folder so that we can delete it later. GitHub CUPP. So this is the Common User Passwords Profiler. So this is the tool over here, the GitHub repository. We're just going to clone the repository into our own directory here. So git clone, and then we can go into the directory. So the tool is this one right here, cupp.py. So you can run cupp.i for interactive mode. Actually, I guess we run it with Python. So Python cupp.py. Okay, and then we put in all of the information for the user that we're trying to target. So we got a bunch of information over here. So Max Musterman, birthday 18 June 2001. So we're gonna fill in the information here. So first name is Max. Surname is Musterman. Nickname, I don't think we have one. So we don't have a nickname. We've got a pet, and we've got like a favorite game, Minecraft. So nickname, no. Birth date. So this is 1806 2001. And Haxer Lemur, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? We're just doing a simple challenge over at, what is this website called? Hack the Web. So if you want to try this out yourself, you can use the demo username and password. So username demo, password HTW123. And we're basically trying to brute force a login. Yeah. Sometimes you can guess a password if you have enough information about a person. Hack webbing, or web hacking. It's all the same thing. Xmetric, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And thank you very much for following on Twitch. CyberJake4, thank you. Okay, so this is the birthday. The partner's name, we don't know. Partner's nickname, we don't know. Partner's birthday, nope. Child's name, nope. Pet's name. So we know the pet's name is Felix. Felix, right. And the last part of the last information that we need to put in is that this person likes Minecraft. Okay, so Haxer says, is SQL injection or maybe Hydra a good option? I think the tool we're using right here is to create a custom password list, and we might use Hydra to brute force this. The other method we could use is maybe FFUF. There are a few different programs we could use. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Jake Woolley. Thank you. Company name, we don't know. Do you want to add some keywords about the victim? We'll say yes. So the keyword is going to be Minecraft. You want to put some special characters at the end of words? Let's say no. Let's say yes, sure. You want to add some random numbers? We can add some random numbers, sure. Do you want to make it delete? Nope. Okay, do you want a hyperspeed print? I don't know if that makes too much of a difference, but why not? Okay, so it's just going to run over here, and then... So Haxer says, is Jack the... well, it's John the Ripper. John the Ripper, is it good, and does it have a UI? It's got a... Well, I mean, John the Ripper is a CLI program. Most hacking programs are going to be CLI programs. It has a TUI, well, a text user interface, I guess so, or a CLI, yeah. So we got Mentalist over here. I wonder where we're supposed to be submitting this. Let me go to the previous challenge first. So the previous challenge was RockU. So this is RockU over here. I think we solved this by just sending like a post request with the username and password. But just to make sure, we're going to check the code here to see if there's... if there's a standard format that we need to submit to brute force login. Let me take a look at my notes, because I should have kept track of how we solved the previous challenge. Just a second. And Mr. Gray, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Welcome in. Okay, so this is Hack the Web, and previous channel called, was it Rock You? Yeah, this one. Okay, the concept in this case was cracking 2 SHA-256 hashes. Method to solve. There's JavaScript code on the challenge webpage that indicates a SHA-256 hash and a salt. So the hash is here, the salt is here. Oh, we're not actually... Interesting. Okay, okay. So we're cracking. We're cracking instead. We're not doing an online attack. So we can combine this hash and the salt by concatenating them together. And then we can feed this hash into and turn into a file into the hashcat program. So we are using the infamous rocku.txt word list for cracking. Okay, great. So let's grab the hash and the salt for this challenge as well. Okay, Mr. Gray says, nothing much, just finish up some lessons on Python. Yeah, we were doing some Python at the start of the stream as well. We were playing a little game called... What was it called? The farmer was replaced. Okay, let's go back to the webpage and let's get that information. So the information is here. There's the salt and the hash. Let me just grab that, all that. We'll call this hash, or well, I don't know. What is it called again? Mentalist? Mentalist.hash. So how are we supposed to combine these together? We concatenate them? So I'm looking back at my own notes here. We can combine the hash and the salt by concatenating them together in this format, hash and then salt. So the completed salt hash looks like this. So it is the hash, and then a colon, and then the salt. So the hash is here, then a colon, and then the salt. Okay, and that's it. So this is our salted hash over here. And we just need to feed this into John the Ripper. So this is max.txt. We'll just move it over to the other directory. Okay, and Haxer Lemur says that I have a group at school and they want to hack with me, like what you do. Well, I mean, what kind of hacking do you do, Haxer Lemur? Okay, so we got our hash, we've got our word list over here, and we just need to run hashcat. So what was the previous hashcat command that we used? So like this. Okay, so we're using mentalist.hash, and we're using max.txt as the word list. Okay, we did it. Great. Red Hat hacking? Do you mean red team or offensive security or like offensive hacking? There's red team and there's blue team, and there's white hat, gray hat, and black hat. Okay, so we found the answer is this one right here. So Felix 18. It was just it was just the name of his cat plus the number 18. Okay, sure. That was kind of unexpected, but all right. So I guess we can submit this as the answer then. We're able to successfully crack the hash using the custom word list. Let's try answering the question here. Oop. Yeah. So go. This is correct. Great. Okay. So we can do our write-up, and then we can move on to the next part of today's stream. So I think we can... The write-up we do for this particular challenge is going to be very similar, so I'm just going to copy everything. And then we'll make a new file. So I think it's called Challenge 311, right? No, this is 315. Okay, so create new file. 315 Mentalist. Okay, Haxleamer says, I want to dabble in Gray Hat, test the waters. I mean, Gray Hat is already illegal hacking, so I can't condone that kind of behavior. Don't do anything illegal, thank you. Okay, so our URL, our concept we need to understand, and the method of solve. Method to solve, we've got it here. Oh. Never mind. Okay, so we just need to change out the number of the challenge. So this would be still called cryptography if we were doing this on a regular password cracking. I don't know if you'd call it cryptography, but it's sort of related. So cracking hashes, cracking salted hashes, we're also using a custom word list. Okay, so let me get the hash and the salt, the custom hash and salt for this challenge. So over here. Okay, Rotten Humanado says, I mean, saying that you're a gray hat enthusiast in public is, I mean, I don't know. Saying things is one thing. You can say all sorts of crazy things on the internet, but as long as you're not doing crazy things on the internet, you're mostly okay. Okay, so where's the salt? The salt is this one. Okay, we can combine the hash and the salt by concatenating them together in this format. So the completed hash, salted hash string looks like this. So I just need to replace this. Copy that. And then feed this into a file to the hashcat program. But I guess there's a couple more steps we need to do before we do this. So we are provided with user information in this challenge that can be used to create a custom word list. custom word list. Like hack and do 0 damage, like break a login. But exit just fine. I mean, my suggestion to you is to use like only education websites. There's a lot of education websites that can teach you the same stuff, but they also don't get you in trouble with the law. Even doing like a brute force attack on somebody's website, it could get you in a lot of trouble, so I wouldn't do that. Okay, we can use the CUPP custom word generating list, custom word generating tool to achieve this. And we'll provide a link to the script over here. Okay, set up a home lab. I'm too poor. I mean, there's no real. You can do all sorts of stuff for free. There's a lot of free resources out there, and if you don't have like a list of resources, I can get you some resources. So, over at the HackerFrogs subreddit, we've got not the subreddit, the GitHub page. We've got a list of education resources. So, for example, if you want to learn about web app hacking over here, we've got a bunch of different websites that you can use over here. So if you want to attack actual websites because you think that'll be more cool than using like educational websites, it's not. Don't do that. There's lots of free resources if you want to learn about security stuff. Okay, and let's finish this up. So use this program. After generating the word list, we can use it with hashcat. Okay, well, we're not going to provide the answer here, but I think this is good enough for a write-up. Actually, we're going to be talking about PortSwigger in particular near the end of today's stream. So PortSwigger.net is probably like it's the best resource for learning about web app hacking techniques. And it's totally free. Okay, let's move on to the next portion of today's stream. So topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. And what are we learning? TryHackMe, attacking ICS Plant number 2. Okay, so we're going to be going back to attacking industrial control systems. And so for this, this is the link over here. So TryHackMe is a great cybersecurity education platform. The modules that we're using are completely free. Not everything is free on TryHackMe, of course, but everything that we're going to be covering is completely free. Do I get to join the room? Hold on. Let me connect to my TryHackMe VPN. Sudo OpenVPN. I think it's US East regular. Okay. And let's reload the page, and then we'll try joining the room. Oh, I'm not logged in. Okay, I guess I need to log in again. I am not a robot. Log in. Okay, then join the room. And then... So, let's see. So this room... For this room, attacking ICS Plant number 1 is a prerequisite. You should complete it and download the scripts from there. Yeah. So, if you want to do this room, you need to download the scripts from the previous room, which are over here. Let's go ahead and do that. So download task files, click on that. That's going to download our scripts.tar.gz file. Let's go ahead and do that. So here, we've already got a lot of stuff in here, huh? So copy, move from downloads, scripts, okay. And then we need to unzip all this stuff. So Haxer Lemur, yeah, we've got a number of different redeems, and so you do redeem, so exclamation point redeem, and then space, and then the item. So for example, you could do exclamation point redeem space, and then war games, or hack all the things, or whatever it is. Give it a try. Okay, so let's unzip this stuff. So gunzip the scripts, and then tar xvf the scripts. We've got these scripts right here. I think I'm gonna move these Python scripts into another directory, because this directory is getting a bit cluttered. Make a directory called ICS. So we're going to move /star.py into this directory. Okay, so we got all the scripts here, and these are scripts that are used for industrial control system attacks. Rotten Humanato says, what I think about learning hacking is theoretically you never have to pay to ever learn. You pay them to organize the available data for you. Sometimes you don't need to because they're all cool, like PortSwigger. Yeah, I mean, I'm here to point people towards free resources because I think that people should be able to learn hacking and cybersecurity stuff. They don't need to pay like hundreds of dollars to get access to courses, because the stuff is available for free if you know where to look for it. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. Now we can do this. So the same scripts can be used to complete this room. Before attacking the plant, we need to identify the following registries. So we're going to have to do some enumeration first. I'm going to start up the machine for attacking ICS Plant number 2. So Mr. Gray says, not the certification exams, they could be hundreds of dollars. Well, I mean, they could be thousands of dollars. The other thing we need to understand about cybersecurity is that the certifications they're optional. You can get around getting those certifications if you know the right people. That doesn't mean that you don't have to know your stuff. You definitely need to know your stuff. It's just that paying for the certifications, it's not necessarily something you have to do if you know, if you've got the right ways to bypass HR. Okay, Haxer Lemur, you asked me the same question. You asked me the same question in the previous stream. It's never ethical. It's never ethical to dox people. I don't recommend anybody do unethical things on this channel. And Vitor Martino says, your channel is great, Froggy Man. Thank you very much. So, let's see. No certs is different, or otherwise they will lose value. I mean, the certifications are kind of like a test to see that if you have like a certain knowledge set. You don't need to have the certifications to have the knowledge set. Okay, so we've got the IP address here. We just need to make sure that we can contact the IP address, and then we can start our enumeration process with the attack scripts. We'll try pinging this thing. Okay, so we've got connectivity to this machine. We could actually do a little bit of, what is it called? Like a port scan on this as well, just to make sure that it's serving the proper stuff. So let's try nmapping this thing. Don't tell us if you're doing illegal stuff. I mean, I can't stop you from doing illegal stuff. Don't tell us that you're doing the illegal stuff. Thank you. Okay, we got port 22 and we've got port 80. And Neems, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Let's give you a fun hack the planet. Hope you're having a good day.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we've got the port scan running over here, and where am I going to run these scripts from? I guess we can run them from over here. So we need to do our discovery. So the discovery script is going to reach out to the Modbus protocol. Python. Oh, we need to install Modbus on here. Wait, Python import PyModbus. Yeah, we need to install the thing. And to install the thing, we need to... Neem says, same to you as I'll use... You only VV for the early results? Yeah, early results in...
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet, Haxer Lemur, thank you. Mr. Gray says, the cost of CISSP certification exam is $749. It would be bad. Yeah, it would be bad if you failed that and you didn't get your $750 worth of certification. Okay, what are we doing? So I think the actual port that we're attacking is 5020. Let me double check that. So let's see. Modbus networking port. So the networking port for Modbus is TCP port 502. Is it actually 502? Hold on. So we found 502, so that's good. What was that sound? Which sound? Okay, Sick in the Mind says CISSP is an entry-level cert. The idea is that you're a seasoned professional. The other thing that we have to understand about certifications... Thanto says, I would make my own certificate called I Know Stuff, and it would be completely free. Panako Panko says, the sound of me losing my marbles. Panako Panko, hello, nice to see you here. Did you know that Panako Panko is a Twitch live streamer? Let's give her a shout out. So if you're interested in hacking and you're interested in wacky hijinks, then go ahead and give her channel a follow. She's usually on in, well, EU-friendly times, which is like morning time to afternoon for like North America, where I am. Panko says, how is the hacking? We're doing some Modbus hacking stuff over here, over at TryHackMe. Question number 1 is, do you know stuff, yes or no? Well, if only it could be that easy. Is the answer no? Alright, so, I mean, we know that Modbus is running on this target, so we might as well attack it then. So we can go over here. We need to use a Python virtual environment, because I don't have Modbus installed. Or Python Modbus. Hold on. So it's python-m venv, and then virtual environment, and then source my env bin activate. Okay. So I really don't like keeping track of Python modules, but here I am. So pip install PyModBus. Okay, and then we need to also install 6 for some reason. And then we're done. Yay, great. They might have changed the port number. I don't think... Well, I mean, we'll figure it out pretty fast if they've actually changed the port number for this particular machine. So we'll run python discovery.py on a particular IP address. So what's our IP address? This one. Okay, so we find out that there are... We need to enumerate these registers. Let's make a little file. We'll call it enum.txt. Sure. Okay, so we found these values, and we need to figure out what these values are. So let's just say that this is register 1. How many of these are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 16 registers. We need to map each one of these out to something. Okay, so the room itself tells us this, that we need to map everything out before we do our attacks. So before attacking the plant, identify the following registries. So open close the feed pump, tank level sensor, open close the output valve, open close the separator vessel valve, wasted oil counter, processed oil counter, open close the wastewater. So wasted oil counter and processed oil counter is probably going to be one of the higher number values. So those are going to be either 6 or 7. Anyways, that number. So wasted oil counter, PLC oil spill, or PLC oil processed. I mean, it's probably in order as well. Yeah, that's right. That's right. .q. Okay, so processed oil counter, we're just going to assume, right? Okay, Haxlemer says, I once put up a fake hacking thing and people had signed up for $30 each. $30 each. Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. Okay, so we got 0, 0, 0. So the current values are this. I wonder if they're... The other thing we need to figure out is if any of these are changing. So some of these might not be used at all. Pay to win, let's go. Alright. So I'm guessing that registries, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Everything after from 9 onwards, I'm assuming that these are not being used because I don't see any of them changing values. So let's go back in, and we're still doing our enumeration. So let's just... I'm assuming that these are all not used. Panko says, it's like those Etsy witches that cast spells for $50, but for a different demographic. Kinda yeah. I've never really investigated the Etsy witches before. How much do you know about that, Panko? Okay, so open, close feed pump. just keep a list of these handy, because these are the ones that we haven't identified. So tank level sensor. There's PLC output valve or outlet valve. Let's make everything a little bit smaller. Okay. And then, let's see, the separator value. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to set my time. So we got another 34 minutes on this task. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish it in 34 minutes, but we'll try. Okay, sep valve, and then the waste valve. Okay, the other thing that we could do is we could take a look and see if there's anything on the website, because we were doing some port scanning and we discovered port 80. We might be able to take a look at the factory or like a video feed on port 80. We should give it a shot. Okay, I don't think we need Burp Suite right now, so I'm just going to shut it off. Okay, awesome. So we've got a visual representation of the plant that we're attacking. So wastewater valve, separator vessel, separator valves, oil storage unit, outlet valve. This is a fun little video. So I guess we need to. I guess what we can do is we can just watch this for a little bit to see what the process is like. Mr. Gray says, this is fascinating to me. I worked for quite a while on PLCs, doing some maintenance in factories. Yeah, so the feed pump fills up until it gets to the top of the tank sensor level, and then it'll open up the outlet valve and release everything to the separator vessel. So there's probably some sort of sensor in there as well. So when it gets to the top, it'll probably opens up the wastewater valve, and then it'll open up the separator valve vessel. Okay, Haxerlamer says, someone made a cool OOL called Lion U, and it's Nmap and Hydra and John the Ripper, and then Nano and Mezploit, but it's not very functional. It's not very functional or Sigma. So a tool. So they made it a tool called Lion U. So Lion U is a bunch of tools like wrapped up together. Okay, so we need to figure out which one controls what. So if one of these is off, then we need to figure out which one, right? Okay, let's go in. So instead of the discovery.py one, we'll try the set registry tool over here. So let's familiarize ourselves with what the script does. So value equals int Okay, so Modbus client IP port 502. So we would run something like Python set registry.py and then run it on this port. Okay, it's not a very, let's see, it's not a very functional, tool. It has modes. So when you say modes, are you talking about like, are you talking about like a user, like a graphic user interface for all these different tools or something else? Okay, so we need to set like a value, I think. So let's see, registry equals args2, value equals int3, IP equals, so okay, we include the IP here. We need to give the registry number along with the value. So we don't know what any of these are. So maybe 1. We'll just try 1. So we'll set 1 to 1. Actually, I think what we can do... Oh, sorry, my music has stopped. Let me start the music back up again, just a second. So bit says it needs you to input what registry to change into what value. Yeah. Let's see. Mode 1 is black lion for Hydra. Mode 2, red is John, green is GNU. Oh, are you talking about like colors? White for Metasploit and magnifying glasses and map. No, it's like command lion. If you've got like a link to like the tool, maybe you could put it in chat. Actually, you'd only be able to put it in chat. You wouldn't be able to put it in chat in YouTube because YouTube doesn't like links. Try putting it in the Twitch chat if you want to leave a link. Okay, which soundtrack should we do? How about this one? Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're just going to adjust one of these attack scripts. So we got attack shutdown, attack stop fill. We'll try adjusting this one. So we're going to copy this script. So attack stop fill .py, and we're gonna call it leave it on on off.py. Okay, and then we'll go in and edit this thing. Okay, so let's see. While true, write registers. Let's see. Start the plant, open the nozzle, something something. So we don't actually know what this is. We're going to be doing some enumeration with it. Let's just get rid of this. Haxalime says, I got Twitch, but not your channel. I mean, the channel is the same name. It's the Shy Hat, but he doesn't have a GitHub. So if the person doesn't have a GitHub, what link are they using, or what service are they using to host the thing? Okay, test the register. So we're gonna write register 1 and make it 1. And I think what we can do here is we can just leave this as our coding window. And so this will be the coding window here, and the other window we're going to be using to actually run the code. maybe we can do it the opposite way. Just a second. Because we need to run the thing from this window. Okay, it's an alpha and slow A. Well, I mean, it is an interesting idea to package this stuff together, but you just need to find a way to do it properly is all. Okay, so we'll edit in this window. Edit L, leave it on off, .py, and we'll run it from this window. He hasn't shown it to you yet. Oh, it's unfortunate. So we'll just run, leave it on off with the IP address. Where is it? This one. Okay, so we just need to be able to figure out what goes wrong when we run the script. Okay, so run the script. This didn't work. Oh, didn't work because we've got the HTTP in front of there. Okay, so let's monitor here to see what's going wrong. Okay, he hasn't shown it to me yet, but he has a screen recording of it. So what could be... Which register could this be? Paco Banco says, I love vibe coding. Yeah, me too. So I mean, we don't see anything like super wrong yet. It seems to be functioning okay. Oh, this might be the sensor. No, it's not the sensor. Okay, so this is obviously, this is wrong. So the separator vessel valve and the wastewater valve are not, they're open. So they're stuck open. Right? Let's confirm this. So this should fill up until it gets to the tank level sensor. And then after a bit, it's going to open up the outlet valve, and then it should hold in the separator vessel here for a bit. But in this case, because the separator valve and the wastewater valve are open, that means this stuff just wait. Did it reset? Hold on. No, this is behaving as normal again. Okay, let me do it again. So is this the wastewater valve? Separator valve vessel. So we're leaving something on right now, the first register. So this gets flushed out. Okay, I'm gonna run the script right now. Yeah, I can't figure out what this is actually supposed to be. Let's try another register then. So So here, we'll change the register to the number 2. And we'll do the same thing. So the normal operation is the oil storage unit gets filled up, and then so the separator vessel valve, it looks like the separator vessel valve doesn't open. Okay, what are my options? We got PLC feed pump. So the feed pump, the PLC tank level, the PLC outlet valve, the PLC separator valve, and the wastewater valve. So I think... Okay, let's run the script again. So we need to see what happens when the oil comes into it. So I set register 2 to 1 to true, which means nothing's happening. Okay, what were the options again? So open, close the feed pump, tank level sensor, open close the outlet valve, open close the wastewater valve. So we're currently looking at this. Nothing is happening. So which register prevents anything from happening? So feed pump closed? Maybe this is feed pump closed. Let's make a note. So 2 is PLC feed pump. One equals closed. And 0 equals open. This is our hypothesis. Let's set it back to 1. So we'll set 2 to 0. And then we'll run the thing. Nothing's happening again. Huh. I guess we need to restart. So this is plant 1. Okay, so the feed pump is working. It should only fill up until it gets to the tank level sensor. See what happens. And then the outlet valve is going to open. So the outlet valve is now... Is the outlet valve stuck? So what did I set it? What did I set register to? Register 2 is 0. So 0. Oh, okay. So it does go. Okay, and then the wastewater valve opens up, and then the separator vessel valve opens up. After, there's like a sensor over here in the outlet valve. And then the separator vessel valve opens up. So I still don't know what I still don't know what any of these registers are. Okay, let's run the script again. Because in the previous exercise, we saw that when we started playing around with the registers, stuff went wrong really fast. The other thing about this particular exercise is that there's a lot more steps to the plant over here as opposed to the bottle thing. Okay, so if this just runs smoothly again, thank you very much for following 5-Spotted Dog, thank you. And welcome to the HackerFrogs. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so wastewater valve and then separator valve. Let's play around with another register then. Let's do register 3. We'll set that to off. Don't know what that's going to do. This should be permanent because everything is like inside of a while true loop. So we just need to monitor the system to see if any of this is going wrong now that we've set one of these registers to 0. So this is not the tank level sensor. You know what we should do? We should just we should figure out what the tank level sensor is first. So the tank level sensor is PLC tank level, and been looking into a career change into cybersecurity lately. Hello, 5-Spotted Dog. Nice to see you here. What makes you interested in cybersecurity? Let me know. So we tested register 3. We'll try register number 4. We'll set this permanently to 0. And we'll see if we can get something interesting to happen. Okay, we'll restart. So what we're trying to do is we're just trying to isolate the tank level sensor over here. If the tank level sensor is permanently set to 0, that means that the feed pump is going to overfill. So it doesn't overfill. Let's see if anything goes wrong here. So the wastewater valve acts as normal. And then the separator valve acts as normal. This might be the separator vessel valve. If it actually doesn't empty, then we can identify it. So I'll give this another 10 seconds. This is the separator vessel valve. Okay. So let's record that. So this is register number 4. PLC sep valve. Okay, let's try setting this to 1. And if we set it to 1, it should stay open. 5 Spotted Dog says, I work in automotive and I'm getting tired of it. Getting tired of it. I like problem solving, the puzzle aspect of it though. Okay. I've been hearing that cybersecurity is like that too. Well, I mean, we're trying to solve a puzzle to figure out like which parts of this program are controlling which parts of the whatever, the plant over here. But yeah, there's a lot of problem solving in cybersecurity, especially if you're doing it from the offensive side. If you're doing it from the defensive side, it's more like making sure that your code doesn't leave you vulnerable to all sorts of shenanigans and stuff. But so 5 Spotted Dog, what I would do is I would look into different cybersecurity roles, because there's a lot of different jobs in cybersecurity, and you need to do a little bit of research to see like which kind of job in cybersecurity fits your personality the best. I've got a YouTube video that's very, very old, but talks about some of the different roles in cybersecurity. It's one of the first videos I did for my channel. Just a second, let me get it. How do I get into cybersecurity? I made this such a long time ago. So it's like 3 years old. You might want to give this a look. Okay, so this doesn't... Let's restart. So restart the plant, and then restart the script. So if this is correct, then after the oil comes into the separator vessel, it should immediately flow out, because the separator vessel valve is set to open. Panacopanco says every road leads to sysadminning. Does it? Okay, I'm gonna turn the script off first. Then I will reset the plant. And then as soon as it starts putting oil in the oil storage unit, then we can start the script. It looks like the plant isn't working anymore. Okay, here it goes. All right, let's start up that script. So if this is actually the separator vessel valve, then when it comes into the separator vessel, it's going to flow out immediately. Yeah, okay. We've successfully identified the separator vessel valve. So the other one should be the wastewater valve. Okay, let's go back in. Okay, let's reset the plant. And then we're just going to wait for the... Yeah, so this is running now. So turn on the script. And so this time, when the oil storage unit empties, the wastewater is immediately going to flow out. Awesome, it's working. Okay. Okay, Mava Duin says, may I do a live video on Python for hacking? Can you do a live video on Python for hacking? Well, I've got a short course that does that teaches the basics of Python. I'd say that you're probably better off learning Python somewhere else. I've got some really good resources for it though. So let's see. So programming, so this link over here, it's got links for a certain course for Python called Python Essentials 1 and 2. These are very good courses. Okay, so we've successfully identified the wastewater valve. So this is number 5. So PLC waste valve. Okay, so we just need to identify number 3, number 2, and number 1. So is this the feed? Is number 2 the feed pump? So feed pump, we can set it to 1. Ima says the oil storage unit did not fill up fully. So we're testing. Let's go back to testing number 1. So number 1, we'll set it to 1. We'll reset the factory. We'll wait for this to start filling up, and then we'll run our script. Okay, Mava says, I know Python, JavaScript, and C++. Okay, you're trying to learn Python as a new thing? I'm not too sure what you're asking here. We reset the factory, but nothing's happening. Let's reset it again. Okay, wait for the stuff to happen. Okay, so it's running. Run the script, now what? So we just need to figure out what is going to go wrong now that something is stuck on the on switch. Oh, you want to learn Python for hacking? Okay. So this is not the outlet valve. It's not the wastewater valve. It's not the separator valve. So is this the feed pump? It's not the outlet valve. Actually, let's switch. Let's switch this over to number 2. Oh. This is the tank level sensor. I think number 2 is the tank level sensor because it stopped. So the tank level sensor, it tells the thing when to stop. Interesting. I need to do one more experiment to confirm that this is the tank level sensor. Okay, we'll just wait for it to start filling up. We'll run the script. If it stops immediately, then we'll know that this is the tank level sensor. Yeah. then we'll know that that's the tank level sensor. Just need to wait for it to start going. There's such a delayed startup for this. Okay, so that was the tank level sensor. So number 2 is the tank level sensor. Let's record that. So this is PLC tank level. So 1 is off, or 1 is true. 1 is true, 0 is false. Okay, Jason IT Solution says, hello, Chief. It's been a long time. Hello, nice to see you here. Ima says it also could be the feed pump off. It could be, but I think number 1 is the feed pump. I'm gonna try setting the feed pump to 1, which means it'll keep on going. And we also need to set the sensor to off. So client .write register. So 2 equals false. And what this is going to do is this is going to allow for like overfilling of the oil vessel thing. Well, let's give it a try. Okay, so reset this, wait for it to go. Okay. Mavi, do I believe in God? Let's see. Is it okay? Is it good to use AI to find vulnerable websites? Is it good to use AI to use vulnerable website to find vulnerable websites? Can you elaborate? I can't tell if what you're doing is ethical or not. Okay. So we run the script, and this should overfill. So the feed pump should be stuck in the on position, and the tank level sensor should be stuck in the off position. So this is just going to fill forever. Yeah, it fills forever. So that means that number 1 is the feed pump. Man, it sure is fun to watch. Thank you very much, Jim K, for subscribing on. All right, fun. Okay. So this is the PLC feed pump. And thank you very much for subscribing, Jim K. Thank you. Okay, so we just need to figure out what 3 is. What else do we have left? So feed pump is done. Tank level is done. And then we got outlet valve. We got separator valve we did. And waste valve we did. So, I mean, by process of elimination, then the outlet valve should be number 3. But we should probably test it. So which part is the outlet valve? So the outlet valve is this. We need to set it permanently to on. Yeah, we need to set it permanently to on. So that's number 3. Okay, let's run it. So this should immediately open up the valve. Yeah. Let's do it one more time to confirm. So we wait for the oil storage unit to start filling up, and then we set the outlet valve to open, even though it hasn't finished. We'll be able to tell in just a second. The startup for this factory is a bit slow. Okay, so yeah, so the outlet valve is open, so that's definitely number 3. So I think we've mapped out everything then. So PLC outlet valve is register number 3. So we've mapped them all. That is all the things we need to map, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I just need to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So we've mapped everything out. Check. And flag 1. So let the oil overflow the tank for at least 60 seconds. Then connect and get the flag over here. Mind that the simulation should be reset before starting by pressing the escape button. If the flag cannot be obtained, try to reset the room and start the attack again. So we need to overflow the tank for at least 60 seconds. So which tank are they talking about? They're talking about the oil storage unit? Oh, okay. Yeah, it would be the oil storage unit. Okay, so this is the attack we would do. So while true, let me copy this. So we need 3 things to be true to do this attack. We need the feed pump to be turned on. We need the tank level to be turned off, and we need the outlet valve to be turned off. So we set these 3 things. Echoes of the Ancient, I will be rivaling you very soon. I hope so. I hope so, Echoes of the Ancient. Okay, so we've got our attack here. We just need to run it. Reset the plant. And then after this starts, we'll run the script. And this means that this tank over here is going to overflow. So they want it to overflow for at least 60 seconds. So the tank level sensor has been turned off, which means that it's just going to keep on filling up, and then it's going to overflow. So we need this to go on for 60 seconds. I'm just going to wait until, I don't know, 9? Echoes of the Ancient says just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And let's give you a Hack the Planet. Or how about we give you an all the things? Drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Welcome in. Okay, so they want us to go to this place to get the flag. The machine IP, yeah, okay. What's my IP address? This one. Error response. Error response. Live Anime Watch. Hello, and Happy New Year to you, my friend. Happy New Year. It's not letting me get the flag. So let the oil overflow the tank for at least 60 seconds, then get the flag. So let's see. This is the same IP address, right? Yeah, it's the same IP address. Give me my flag. Broke it? Maybe. File not found. Flag1.txt. So mind that the simulation should be reset by pressing the escape button. Try to reset the room and start the attack again. Reset the room? The entire room? I don't know if I want to do that. But I guess we're gonna have to do that then. This has been overflowing for quite a while. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to reset the room. Let's do it. So we're going to terminate the machine, and then we're gonna restart it. Okay, Sathi? I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Do you use any note-taking apps like Obsidian? So the note-taking app that I use is GitHub with what is it? Markdown. Okay, start the machine, and yeah, so I've got a big GitHub repository over here, and I take all of my notes in GitHub. So the reason why I use GitHub is because it's publicly available, and I can access it, well, which means I can access it from anywhere. Okay, just gotta wait for this thing to finish up. I'll have my IP address in just 20 seconds. So flag 1 and flag 2. So let's see. The second flag is let the oil flow through the wastewater valve only. Wait until the counter reaches 2000 and then connect and get the flag. Let the oil flow through the wastewater valve only. Let the oil overflow the tank for at least 60 seconds. Okay, well, let's make sure that the thing is working. We'll run, was it Discovery? Okay, so it seems to be working. So let's run the attack script. Over here. Okay, so we just need to run the attack now. Okay, so we just need to wait for this to overflow for 60 seconds, and then we can try to get the flag. So starting from now, I'm just going to wait until 16 minutes past the hour, and then we'll go and get our flag. So what we're doing here is we're trying to control we're trying to fool the sensors at this plant into malfunctioning. So in this case, we've shut the outlet valve, we've turned off the sensor for the tank level over here, and we've set the feed pump to always be open. Be right back. No worries, no worries. So we're supposed to get our flag at like flag1.txt. We're just going to wait for another minute, just to make sure that the appropriate amount of time has passed. So this is called, what is it called? It's called hacking Modbus, and Modbus is the name of the protocol that's used to control these industrial control systems. I really like this type of hacking because, well, the video, it provides for a pretty fun little representation of what's actually going on. Okay, so I think that's enough time. Let's try to get that flag. Error response. Darn it, why are we getting an error response? Okay. Let the oil overfill the tank for at least 60 seconds, then connect and get the flag. The simulation should be reset by starting the escape button. So we should reset it first. If the flag cannot be obtained, try to reset and start the... Oh, well, we'll try one more time. Manvitha, hello, nice to see you here. Okay. So reset this thing. Turn off the hacking script. And then wait for this thing to start up again. And thank you very much, Timothy Wamoto, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, let's run the hacking script again. So that's going to shut the outlet valve and then make it so that we're able to overflow everything. Okay, Null asks, do you always do this? I don't always do this. I'm usually hacking other stuff. Most of the time I'm hacking web app stuff. But in this case, I want to get this done before I move on to the next thing. But we are going to be doing some different things in just a minute after I finish the exercise here. Okay, so let's go until 19 past the hour, and then we'll try looking for our flag again. Okay, Ima says, good night guys, gotta go. No worries, Ima. Hope you have a good night. So virtual plant, crude oil pre-treatment plant. So this is supposed to put an amount of oil into the separator vessel that separates wastewater from more pure crude oil. I'm not too sure what exactly it's supposed to do. Hopefully I can get my flag value in just a second. It's just going to be flag1.txt. Okay, so how about... Oh, Metasploitable. Have you ever tried capturing its flags? Metasploitable is a pretty old machine. I'm pretty sure I've taken a look at it at some point in the past. We're not able to access this thing. Let's try some curl. Yeah, it doesn't give me the flag. Let's try the other attack. So we'll try the other attack. If we're not able to get the other attack to work, then we're gonna have to give up for now. Okay, let's go back. So to do the other attack, we're supposed to make sure that everything goes into the wastewater. So we can run the same thing, except we're going to make sure that registry 3, which is the outlet valve, is always going to be open. So this is always open. And we're also going to make sure that the wastewater valve is always open as well. So 5 is going to be set to 1. So this is our script. Let's go back. We'll reset the thing. Actually, I think we don't need to reset this. We can just activate it from here. Let's give it a try. Okay, so it empties out, and then the wastewater valve keeps going through. Okay, Nimsara Wicks. Hello, nice to see you here. When did you start learning cybersecurity? What did you learn first? That's a tough question. When did I start learning cybersecurity? I learned at the beginning of 2020. Why is the separator vessel opened up and not the wastewater valve? We want the wastewater valve to be open. Hold on. So wastewater valve should be open. And let's close the... Let's close the separator valve. So the separator valve is number 4. So this should always be closed. And as for what I learned first, I learned, I'd say that I learned about like basic IT concepts first. Mari, hello, came from a recommended page. Thank you, Mari. Check out the starter pack. The first 2 links are what I learned first when I started learning about cybersecurity. Okay, so this just keeps on going. We want the separator valve to be closed. So this is closed now. Why is the wastewater valve not open though? Oh, it is open. Okay, cool. So our attack is working. So we need to wait until... Wait until the counter for the wastewater valve reaches 2000, and then connect and get the flag. So we can check over here. Okay, I need to set my virtual environment. Oh, gosh darn it. Python. And then, what were those commands again? Virtual env. And then okay, so we should be able to run any scripts in here now. So you run discovery on, what's the IP address again? Why is the wastewater valve closed now? I didn't make it closed. Okay. Okay, so which value is this? this is the oil spill and the oil processed. So I think we're looking for oil spill number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we need to wait for the oil spilled to reach over 2,000. Let's go back. So is the number increasing? Okay, nonetheless, after knowing the basics of cybersecurity, what topics did you learn next? If this is going to keep on going like this for a while, just do the starter pack. What else can I recommend? Take a look at this video over here that talks about different cybersecurity roles. Decide on which role you want to do, and then look for some training that that fits that role. This one over here. Okay, and which value are they looking for? Let the oil flow through the wastewater valve only. Wait until the counter reaches 2,000, then connect and get the flag. Okay, let's try that out. Flag 2. This didn't work either. Open the feed pump, the outlet valve, and the separator vessel valve while keeping the wastewater valve closed. Keeping the wastewater valve closed? Let oil flow through the wastewater valve only. But here they say, keep the wastewater valve closed. I don't get it. I mean, we can do it. We can do it. We can set... so wastewater valve is number 5. So we set number 5 to 0. And... okay, you want to become a pen tester after graduation. Are you enrolled in like a cybersecurity program right now? Or something else? So wastewater valve should be closed, and what does it say? Open the feed pump, the outlet valve, and the separator vessel. So outlet valve is 3. So 3 is open. Maybe just make all of this. Okay. Let's try this out. We'll run this attack, see if we get our flag afterwards. Okay, so now everything's backed up. Let's go and see if our stuff is updating here. So 1330, 1347. I mean, I don't really understand what they're looking for here. So flag 1 is a no-go. Flag 2 is also a no-go. But I mean, I see what's going on, and I think I'm getting this. I'm running the attack properly, but I'm going to have to look at a walkthrough after this. Okay, we're going to move on to the last portion of today's stream. So the last portion we're looking at is going to be over at PortSwigger. PortSwigger, we're looking at race conditions. Here we go. Okay, so we're looking at web app hacking stuff. And let me get the materials. So all learning materials. We're looking for race conditions. Here we go. If you want to take a look at the education materials, here they are. We're going to be skimming through them, and then we're going to be doing the associated labs. What are you guys souping up? What are we souping up? I don't know if we're souping up anything right now, but Zero Service, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so what are race conditions? So race conditions are a common type of vulnerability closely related to business logic flaws. They occur when websites process requests concurrently without adequate safeguards. This can lead to multiple distinct threads interacting with the same data at the same time, resulting in a collision that results in an unintended behavior in the application. A race condition attack uses carefully timed requests to cause intentional collisions and abuse of this unintended behavior for malicious purposes. Supping as in, what are you guys supping up? Supping as in sup bro? What is up? What is up? Null says, I'm actually a fourth-year computer science student and found that I enjoy this ethical hacking rather than software engineering. Well, I mean, the great thing about software engineering into cybersecurity and ethical hacking is that your development experience is actually going to make it easier to learn about, well, pen testing, if that's what you want to go for. Okay, so for a period of time during which a collision is possible, this is known as the race window. This can be a fraction of a second between two interactions within the database, for example. So, like other logic flaws, the impact of a race condition is heavily dependent on the application and specific functionality in which it occurs. So in this section, you'll learn how to identify and abuse different types of race conditions. We'll teach you how Burp's built-in tooling can help you overcome the challenges of performing classic attacks, plus a tried and tested methodology that enables you to detect novel classes of race condition in hidden multi-step processes. These go far beyond the limit overruns that you may be familiar with already. So PortSwigger research. We've also provided a number of deliberately vulnerable labs, so that's what we're here for. Okay, so limit overrun race conditions. So this is the most well-known type of race condition that enables you to exceed some kind of a limit imposed by the business logic of the application. For example, consider an online store that lets you enter a promotional code during checkout to get a one-time discount on your order. Okay, so Zero Service says, high school grad in 3 months, I shifted to Fedora just a day ago. Let's see what's ahead. I'm so far behind. Teens at my age make games, web devs Arduino, and here I am with nothing from my college. I mean, don't feel bad about getting started late. The important thing is that you decide what you want to do now. So let's see. I mean, what do you want to do, Zero Service? Let me know. Maybe I can give you some advice. And what have you looked at already, and what makes you excited about cybersecurity? To apply the discount, the application may perform the following high-level steps. Number 1, check you haven't already used the code. Number 2, apply the discount to the order total. Number 3, update the record in the database to reflect the fact that you've now used the code. If you attempt to reuse the code, the initial check performed at the start of the process should prevent you from doing this. Okay, Cypher says you didn't find the ICS flag. No, we didn't. We didn't find the ICS flag, although I think we did the attack correctly. Both of the flag endpoints don't give us anything. So I'm not too sure what we're doing wrong. I might come back to this later tonight after the stream is over and try again. But we have to move on to our last topic here. So we're doing race conditions. Now consider what would happen if a user has never applied this discount code, tried to apply it twice at almost exactly the same time. So in this way, we're able to apply our discount code twice, and then we get this vulnerability to go through. So the application transitions through a temporary substate, that is a state where it enters and then exits again before the request processing is complete. In this case, the substate begins when the server starts processing your first request and ends when it updates the database. This introduces a small race window during which you can repeatedly claim the discount as many times as you like. Okay, let's see. Server for Service says, cybersecurity most probably, that's why I shifted to Linux. It just came to my mind, let's just say, I thought software engineering could be replaced by AI. Well, I mean, software engineering will never be completely replaced by AI, but I think like higher level jobs are safe, but even higher level jobs, I think part of what higher level development jobs are going to be is going to be like overseeing the code that is created by like AI. Let's suppose that AI is creating a bunch of code for us. If you don't carefully look through the code to make sure that it's not introducing really bad really bad code into your system, then it's going to be a very bad time. Okay, so let's see. Networking for complex AI. I landed on the resolve for cybersecurity. It enables me to use both skills. Okay, Cypher says I followed a walkthrough and did what they did. Could not get it. Maybe it's buggy. Yeah, it might be buggy. The point of the exercise is to become familiar with doing the attacks. Not necessarily getting the flags. I mean, the flags are nice. You can say that you completed the exercise. But if we're able to do stuff like this by running our scripts and enumerating the system, then that's already good enough, I think. Okay, so we're talking about the race conditions. So there are many variations of this kind of attack, including redeeming a gift card multiple times, rating a product multiple times, withdrawing or transferring cash in excess of your account balance, reusing a single CAPTCHA solution, or bypassing an anti-brute force rate limit. Limit overruns are a subtype of so-called time of use, time of check, time of use, so TOC-TOE flaws. Later on this topic, we'll be looking at some examples of race condition vulnerabilities that don't fall into either of these categories. So we're going to be doing some detecting and exploiting limit overrun race conditions with burp repeater. Okay, so the process of detecting and abusing limit overrun race conditions is relatively simple. In high-level terms, all you need to do is identify a single use or rate-limited endpoint that has some sort of security impact or other useful purpose. Number 2, issue multiple requests to the endpoint in quick succession to see if you can overrun this limit. So the primary challenge is in timing the requests so at least 2 race windows line up, causing a collision. This window is often just milliseconds and can be even shorter. Even if you send all your requests at exactly the same time, in practice there are various uncontrollable and unpredictable external factors that affect when the server processes each request and in what order. Okay. So you got request number 1, request number 2. So there are some things that can interfere with exactly when the request goes through, stuff like network latency, jitter, internal latency, stuff like that. So burp, this version right here, adds powerful new capabilities to burp repeater that enable you to easily send a group of parallel requests in a way that will greatly reduces the impact of one of these factors, namely the network jitter. So burp automatically adjusts the technique it uses to suit the HTTP version supported by the server. So for example, HTTP 1 or HTTP version 2. So single packet attack technique, sure. So this enables us to completely neutralize interference from network jitter by using a single TCP packet to complete 20 to 30 requests simultaneously. That sure does sound like a lot of fun. Okay, let me put a time limit on what I'm doing over here. Maybe we'll do this for about 100 minutes or so, or 110 minutes. Okay, so although you can often use just 2 requests to trigger some abuse, sending a large number of requests like this helps to mitigate internal latency, also known as server-side jitter. This is especially useful during the initial discovery phase. We'll cover this methodology in more detail, okay? So we've got the first lab over here. So limit overrun race conditions. So if you want to do this yourself, you can use this link over here. And if you've never signed up for the PortSwigger website, I would highly recommend it if you want to learn about web app security, because PortSwigger is completely free. Well, I mean, the labs are completely free. If you want to get certifications, it's going to cost you money. But the fact that the labs are free are already like a really great thing as far as web app security education is concerned. This lab's purchase flow contains a race condition that enables you to purchase items for an unintended price. To solve the lab, successfully purchase a lightweight LEAT leather jacket. Okay, so solving the lab requires Burp Suite 2023.9 or greater. I'm pretty sure we've got that version of Burp Suite. We're currently running on a Kali Linux machine. If you want to learn about how to get your own Kali Linux machine, I've got a video for that as well. Over here. Okay, so we've got Burp Suite. Burp Suite is the tool that people who do web app security for a living use. So we're just going to go to the proxy, open up the browser, and then we're going to load up the lab. Okay, we need to log in. Let's do that. Does it not like my password? Okay, so we're just gonna go into the lab here. And so for 20% off use code at checkout promo 20. So this is what we can do. What they probably want us to do is they want us to get a 100% discount on the jacket that we're supposed to purchase over here. We're going to try to purchase the jacket in this case using promo 20. So we're just going to go into the details here. We're going to add this to our cart. And then we're going to try to purchase it. So add coupon. So it's like promo 20. So promo 20 is the promotion coupon. So we'll send that just to see what it looks like. And then we'll try placing the order. It's going to say, please log in to continue. Oh, okay, we're not logged in. So we need to go to my account and put in our credentials. So our credentials are here. So Wiener Peter. Wiener Peter. Okay, so we're logged in now. We got $50 of store credit, so we can't buy the jacket. Where's our cart? Here's our cart. Cart is empty. Okay, we need to go home and we need to add the thing. Okay, add to cart. So the other thing we need to do is we need to apply the code, but when we apply the code, we need to stop the request. So here, add coupon. So it's promo 20. We're going to go into Burp Suite, and then we're going to turn intercept on. We've got WebSockets. Forward this off. Darn it, we don't want... Can we forward all of these? Okay. The kind of annoying thing is that when we have intercept on, all of these requests right here, we need to manually set them. Although I'm pretty sure we can change the configuration so that we don't get these ones. Not too sure how to do it though. Anyways, let's go back. So we apply the promo, and we'll see in Burp Suite, it's a post request. Silva Vasquez, hello, nice to see you here. Do you record all your lives? Yeah, these are all recorded. Okay, so I think we'll forward this one. And this one here, we're going to send this to the repeater. So we right-click it, we send it to the repeater. And then in the repeater, we can add this to a tab group, I'm pretty sure. So plus new tab group, and we'll call it, well, group 1 is fine. We'll add this one, we'll make it a funky color, how about red? And then we'll multiply this. So in order to get a 100% discount, we need to send 5 requests at the same time. So we're just going to right click, and we're going to duplicate the tab 4 times. And then we're going to send this as a group. So send in group in, is this HTTP? This is HTTP2. So if this is HTTP2, the literature told us that we were supposed to use like a certain technique, right? So for HTTP2, it uses a single packet attack technique. So single packet attack. Thanto says, blue teaming is so boring, all I do is read logs. Thanto, are you working in a blue team role right now? I mean, I'm not too sure whether or not like the blue team stuff is going to get passed off to AI to triage the logs. I'm not too sure if that's in your future or not. Let's go back. So Burp Suite, we're going to select single packet attack. So send the group in parallel. Let's send it. And so we should be able to see that we got a 100% discount on our purchase. Let's go back to the proxy. We'll turn intercept off. That didn't work. Let me reload the page. Yeah, it didn't work. Danto says, I'm planning to switch, that's why I have been asking for recommendations from you. Oh, no worries, man. I'm here to provide as much advice as it can. So coupon already applied, so we can't apply the coupon again. Let's try that again. So let's remove the item, and then we'll go back and we'll apply the thing. So home, add the leather jacket again. we'll go over to our shopping basket. So promo 20, paste it in here. We need to turn intercept on again. Click on apply. So we got the post request here. We can put this in the repeater. So this is number 6. Add this to another tab group. Make it green. Duplicate the tab 4 times. We're trying to get the 100% discount. I'm not too sure what I'm doing wrong. So coupon is promo 20, sure. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these tabs. And we're trying to send them in parallel. So let's see, send group in. So single connections, separate connections, or single packet attack. So because this is HTTP version 2, we should be sending them the single packet attack. But you know what? Because we're learning here, let me take a look at how we're supposed to do this. Okay, so solution for Burp Suite Community Edition. Predicting a potential collision. So the post cart request adds the items to the cart, post cart coupon. Try to identify any restrictions that are in place on these endpoints. For example, observe that if you're trying to apply the discount code more than once, you get the coupon already applied response. So make sure that you have an item in your cart, then send the get cart request to the burp repeater. In repeater, try sending the get cart requests both with and without your session cookie, confirming that without the session cookie you can only access an empty cart. Okay. So consider that there may be a race window, yeah. Make sure that there's no discount code currently applied to your cart. Send the request after applying the discount code to repeater. Okay. In repeater, add the group to a new group. We've done this already. Oh, they send a lot of tabs. They send 19 duplicate tabs. So I guess send the group of requests in sequence, using separate connections to reduce the chance of interference. So we did the wrong type of attack. So we did the single packet attack. Well, we should have done the sequence attack. Okay, let's go back. So here, we'll make a lot more of these tabs. So duplicate tab. Let's do 20 more times. Or like 16. Okay. And we'll send groups with separate connections. This is what they want from us, right? Let's double check. So send the groups of requests in a sequence using separate connections. Sending requests in sequence. Observe that the service response confirms that the discount was already applied, but the rest of the responses consistently reject the code with the coupon already applied message. Okay, so this is not what we want to do. Never mind. Remove the discount code, send the group of requests again, but this time in parallel, effectively applying the same discount code multiple times at once. So in parallel, sure. So in parallel is the method. Let's go back. So send group in parallel single packet attack. We've done this. Well, I mean, we didn't send exactly this many. We didn't send this many. Okay, let's send it in parallel. And the other thing is we're going to drop everything. Intercept is off, and then we go back to the application and reload the page. Oh, we got really close. Well, I mean, we can buy it. We did apply most of these discounts. Okay, we did get very close to 100% discount. I'm pretty sure we got like 80% discount. Anyways, let's place the order. Okay, we solved the lab. We managed to do it successfully. That's good. Okay, let's... Man, that was, that took some doing, but we got it done. Alright, let's move on to the next lab. So I guess the point that we were supposed to take away from that is that we need to send a lot of these requests at once, because some of them aren't going to go through. Okay, let's move on to the next piece of literature. Detecting, and let's make this text a little bigger. Detecting and exploiting limit overrun race conditions with Turbo Intruder. So in addition to providing native support for single packet attack and burp repeater, we've also enhanced the Turbo Intruder extension. Hex Jitter, hello, nice to see you here. Good night, Froggy. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? The Turbo Intruder extension to support this technique, you can download the latest version in the BAPP store, the B App Store. So Turbo Intruder requires some proficiency in Python, but is suited to more complex tasks, such as ones that require multiple retries, staggered request timing, or extremely large number of requests. To send a single packet attack in Turbo Intruder, you're doing Hack the Box right now. Yeah, we were doing Hack the Box. Oh, TryHackMe, right. We were doing TryHackMe a little bit earlier. We're trying to do Modbus hacking, but we weren't able to get it done, unfortunately. But let's get out of there. So what do they want us to do over here? So ensure the target supports HTTP 2. The single packet attack is incompatible with HTTP 1. Set the engine to burp 2 and concurrent connections to 1. Got an ad for 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Oh, yeah. Alright, we've got ads running on Twitch. So we'll put on some animals. Okay, let's go ahead and do a little water break. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. This video was supposed to have the cat drinking. When does the cat start drinking? Start drinking, cat. Start drinking. There you go. Start drinking. Okay, let's put the cats away. Do you have a Discord server? I need to practice my English and my skills. Yeah, sure. Let me give you the Discord link. So we got Discord. We also have Reddit. But where are you from, Hexjet? Are you from Latin America or Europe or somewhere else? Okay, so when queuing your requests, group them by assigning them to a named gate. In the gate argument, send all your requests in a given group. Open the respective gate with the engine.openGate method. So we need to do some Python scripting for this. Okay. So for more details, see the Race single packet attack Pi template provided in Turbo Intruder's default examples directory. Oh, Brazil. Oh, okay. Yeah, I hope you're having a good time. So we got bypassing rate limits via race conditions. Let's take a look at this lab. Okay, so what's going on here? So this lab's login mechanism uses rate limiting to defend against brute force attacks. However, this can be bypassed due to a race condition. To solve the lab, work out how to abuse the race condition to bypass the rate limit. Successfully brute force the password for the user Carlos. Log in and access the admin panel. Delete the user Carlos. You can log in your own account with the following credentials: Wiener Peter. You should use the following list of potential passwords. So is this a lot of passwords? Alright, let's copy them all. Okay, so let's get rid of these terminals. This one here. And we just need to write out this password file. So pass.txt. These are all the passwords we got from Burp Suite, or the website. We need to use these to try to do our brute force attack. Okay. So solving this lab requires Burp Suite 2023.9 or higher. You should also use the latest version of Turbo Intruder. You have a time limit of 15 minutes. If you don't solve the lab within the time limit, you can reset the lab. However, Carlos's password changes each time. Interesting. Okay, so let's go over to Burp Suite, and we need to make sure that we've got the Turbo Intruder tool. So we go over to Extensions, and then BAPP Store, and we look for Turbo Intruder. So Turbo Intruder, we can install this for free. Let's do that. I don't use Reddit. No worries, you don't need to use Reddit. You can use Discord. That's fine. Okay, so Turbo Intruder is installed. I don't think I've ever really used this before, so I guess we'll figure out how to do it. We might actually follow the walkthrough. But first of all, let's take a look at what's going on with this lab. So the great thing about the PortSwigger labs is that they initialize very, very quickly. Some websites make you wait for a minute or 2 minutes before they let you get access to the lab. You have our 15-minute limit over here. I wonder why that's imposed. So log in as Wiener Peter. Okay, so this lets us know what the pattern looks like when we log in. So if we go back to... Oh, I forgot to log in to the Burp Suite browser. Let's do that. Okay, user, Wiener, Peter. Okay, and I guess what we can do is we can try to take a look at what the login process looks like over at the Burp proxy. Proxy HTTP history. Go all the way down to the end. Okay, I use Burp on my job, but only the basics. Yeah, I mean, I don't use anything super advanced when I use Burp Suite either. But we got our login request over here. Okay, so we've got Wiener Peter. Let's get rid of these groups. So ungroup tabs, ungroup tabs. I think we can just delete everything, right? I guess we don't need to. Okay, let me put on some new music and we will continue. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Mohammed Habib. Thank you. So I need to. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow the walkthrough for this lab because I don't know how to use the turbo intruder, so I need to be instructed how to use the darn thing. Okay, so let's see. So predict a potential collision. Experiment with the login function by intentionally submitting incorrect passwords on your own account. Observe that if you enter the incorrect password more than 3 times, you're temporarily blocked from making any more login attempts for the same account. Okay, so Gyrus? Hello, nice to see you here. Are you running Kali on bare metal or VM? So this is definitely a VM. I think that most people should run Kali Linux on VM. Because running it on bare metal, you can run into a lot of different problems. But VMs solve that because you're able to do snapshotting. Loadout Lab says, I already missed the start of your video, make it here halfway and completely lost as to what's going on. I mean, you're on YouTube. It's very easy for you to go back to any part of the video, like the beginning, if you really want to, and then you can play it on like 2 times speed to catch up if that's what you want. But use the live stream in whatever way you want, man. Okay, so try logging in using another arbitrary username and observe that you see that the normal invalid username or password message. This indicates that the rate limit is enforced per username rather than per session. Deduce that the number of failed attempts per username must be stored server-side. Consider that there might be a race window between when you submit the login attempt, when the website increments the counter for the number of failed attempts. Okay, benchmark the behavior. So from the proxy history, find a post-login request containing an unsuccessful login attempt for your own account. Send this request to the burp repeater. In repeater, add a new tab to a group. Okay, so right-click the grouped tabs and select Duplicate Lab, Duplicate Tab. Create 19 duplicate tabs. These new tabs are automatically added to the group. Send the group in requests in sequence using separate connections to reduce the chance of interference. Okay, Ish Malik, hello, nice to see you here. Sorry to disturb you, I'm new here. What exactly are you doing right now? So we're learning about race condition vulnerabilities on a website called PortSwigger.net. It's the most useful website for learning about web app vulnerabilities and web security, as well as all the hacking, all the web. It's a really good website, and it's free. So that's why I'm showcasing it to everybody here. So we're probably not getting this done in 9 minutes, but we can do a little bit of reading. Study the responses. Okay. Notice that although you've triggered the account lock, more than 3 requests received the normal invalid username and password response. Send the group of requests again, but this time in parallel. So let's try this out. So we can put this in a group. Make it blue. And we can duplicate this tab 19 times for a bunch of different times. Okay, so we got group 3. Oh, you know what we should have done? Let's ungroup this tab. Because what we need to do is we need to make sure that we're logging in as somebody else. So we're supposed to be logging in as Carlos. You had me at free, of course. So Carlos, and the password we're going to try is test pass. And let's duplicate this one instead. So put it in a group. And let's duplicate this thing 19 times, sure. Okay, hopefully it's got all the same information here. Yeah, okay, good. It's working. Then we're gonna send it in parallel. So send in parallel, because this is a HTTP 2. Okay, and our response: invalid CSRF token. Session does not contain a CSRF token. I think I need to erase everything. Just a second, everybody. Just gotta delete everything. Having too many tabs open bugs me a bit. Ungroup tabs, delete all the tabs. Why can't I delete the last tab? Alright, let's go back to the lab. We got 6 minutes left. Okay, we'll try to log in, well, we'll log out first. We'll try to log in as the Carlos user. That's the target user we need to log in as. Test. Invalid username or password, great. We can find this in our burp history. Okay, so now we're in the repeater. We're going to duplicate this tab after putting it in a group. And we're going to duplicate this thing 20 times, like what they want us to do. We're going to send it in a single packet and send the sucker. Okay, so the result is invalid username or password, and these other ones are also, you have made too many incorrect login attempts. So how many did we manage to get off? So this one, so we got 1, 2, 3. Let's see if this one came back. Fiaxen, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Thank you very much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. If you want to know how to subscribe with Twitch Prime yourself, here you go. Here's a little guide. Okay, so, yeah, thank you very much, Fiaxen, for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Very much appreciated. And thank you. That is very generous of you. Let's give you some fun video redeems. How about the numbers? If anybody knows what game this is from, it's pretty cool.
Hey! Who are you people? What do you want from me?
We want the numbers, Mason. We want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
The numbers. Okay, and Mohammed Judah says...
Who are you people? What do you want from me?
We want the numbers, Mason. We want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
Mohammed Judah says, I'm starting from zero in web pen testing and bug bounty. From your experience, what learning path or track would you recommend, especially on PortSwigger Academy, or their platforms to go from? So beginner to advanced, I'd appreciate a step-by-step roadmap. So Mohammed Judah, let me know what you already know, because it really depends on what your experience is already. Please let me know, and then I can give you some advice. But who else do we have here? So Ishmalik, could you view my above mess? Above mess, Ishmalik. Let me take a look. I'm doing a Google certification, TryHackMe ICS 101. Am I on the right path? So Google certification, TryHackMe, okay? So Ishmael, like, let me know what kind of job you're looking for in cybersecurity, because where to go next really depends on what your ultimate goal is going to be. Let me know. Fiaxon says, hello, it's my first time here. Yeah, no worries, no worries. So Fiaxon, let me know what, I mean, why are you watching a cybersecurity stream? Are you interested in doing cybersecurity? Let me know. And Pana Papan Nandahu, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Mama Judah says, I have a background in networking. Okay, so you have a background in networking, you want to get into web pen testing and bug bounty. I mean, I've got a list of learning resources over at HackerFrogs, the HackerFrogs GitHub over here. Everybody's welcome to take a look at this if they're trying to learn more about cybersecurity on a specific subject. We got a bunch of different subjects, stuff like computer networking or network hacking, programming, etc., etc. I mean, you want to get into bug bounty. I don't have something specific for bug bounty, but I do have something for web app hacking. So there's a bunch of good resources here for learning more about web app hacking. You might want to check this out. Okay, Ishmael says, I haven't really found my path in college right now. I want to get on the path. Yeah, sure. I mean, if you don't know what kind of job you might want to do in cybersecurity, like I've said a couple times before this stream, I've got a kind of old video that talks about some different roles. You might want to take a look at it. Fiaxon says, I got my EJPT V2, okay, and I'm studying for the CPTS. So CPTS, that's the Hack the Box one, right? So I'm searching for cybersecurity streams to watch because it's too late here in Spain and I can't fall asleep. I'm sorry to hear that you can't sleep, but you're welcome to stay here if that's what you want. So you're talking about CPTS. So CPTS is the Hack the Box cert. Yeah. So Certified Penetration Testing Specialist. This is the one, right? So you started searching for cybersecurity streamers to watch. I mean, CPTS is there's a lot of stuff you need to study to do CPTS. I'd say that like the one skill that you need to focus on to get the CPTS is probably like Active Directory hacking techniques. Hack the Box has a lot of like Windows machines that you can hack against that use Active Directory. I've got like a small number of machines that I covered myself. Let me see if I can get that playlist for like Windows machines. Most of the time, people have a lot more experience with Linux hacking rather than Windows hacking. But I think I've got like a number of Windows ones. Let me see if I can get it. Windows hacking challenges. Yeah, these ones over here. So let's get the playlist. And Fiaxon, you say you're from Spain, right? I actually have like a number of Spanish. So this website right here, like the Hackers Labs, this is a Spanish website, and you might be able to make better use of it than I have. This one right here. Fiaxon says the exam is principally about AD hacking and reporting. Yeah, it's mostly going to be Active Directory. You're going to see some Linux targets as well, of course, but it's mostly going to be Active Directory. I wonder if I have a playlist just for Active Directory. So this is mostly Windows. Let me take a look. So these are Active Directory challenges. There's only 2 of them here, but I'm pretty sure that there's some Active Directory challenges that I didn't label properly. But yeah, this is all free stuff. If you pay for like Hack the Box, you get a lot more. You get a lot more access to other Active Directory Windows machines. Okay, so this thing expired, but how many of these came back? So this is invalid user password, so that means like 1, 2. So most of these actually came back. So I'm counting like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Like 10 of these out of the 20 actually managed to beat the race condition. Okay. Life Z, hello, nice to see you here. Currently studying for EJPT. I mean, I also passed the EJPT exam. I'm pretty sure it was version 2, but that was something like 4 years ago. I'm not too sure if they changed the exam between now and 4 years ago. Anyways, let's go back and take a look at. Okay, prove the concept. Still in repeater. Highlight the value password parameter. Still in repeater. Highlight the value password parameter in the post login request. Right-click and select extensions Turbo Intruder, and then send to Turbo Intruder. In Turbo Intruder, in the request editor, notice that the password parameter is automatically marked as a payload position. Change the username parameter to Carlos. From the drop-down menu, okay, so we're going to have to reset the lab, because we've run out of time over here. Restart lab. Okay, we'll be back in just a second. Okay. So we're just going to copy this, go back to here. Try to log in as our good friend Carlos. Password test. Go back to Burp Suite. Just need to get rid of. I need to get rid of all these tabs. They bug me because there are too many of them. Okay, so in the proxy, we can get the post request here. And then we can send it to. Well, I think we send it to the normal repeater first. We highlight the password variable, and then we right-click. Can we send it to Turbo Intruder from here? Turbo Intruder, send to Turbo Intruder. Okay, so this is a bit small. What do they want us to do from here? Okay, so notice that the value of the password parameter is automatically marked as a payload position. So this is a payload position. Okay, good. And then, so the username is Carlos already. And then we do what? So from the drop-down menu, select the examples race single packet attack.py template. Drop-down menu. Wait, where's the drop-down menu? Okay, so race single packet attack.py. So this is what we're using. Okay, and then examples race single packet attack.py. In the Python editor, edit the template so that the attack queues the request once using each of the candidate passwords. So for simplicity, you can copy the following example. Okay, copy all this stuff. Note that we're assigning the password list from the clipboard by referencing wordless clipboard. Copy the candidate passwords to your list to your clipboard. Launch the attack. Okay, well, I'm just going to follow the tutorial here. So do we just want to replace everything? Passwords equals wordlist.clipboard. So we need to copy the clipboard. All these passwords here. Okay, so it's in my clipboard now. Launch the attack, study with the responses. So we just need to go back here. Turbo Intruder. Where's the launch attack button? Here. Attack. Is it going through? Okay, we need to study the responses. Probably so I got the QID, the label, arrival, time. We need to find one that came back. So 1995. The response is different here. So this comes back as 302. 302 found instead of all the other ones, which are 400 and 200. And let's give this a try. Go back to the lab. What is the payload again? 6666. Okay, and then user Carlos, password 6666, login. Does not contain a CSRF token. What do you mean doesn't contain a CSRF token? What the heck? My account, Carlos. Okay, now we can get to the admin panel and then delete the user Carlos, and then we're finished. Okay, we solved the lab. Yeah, bypassing rate limit via race conditions. This is a pretty interesting lab. I got to use a tool that I've never used before, which is the Burp Suite Turbo Intruder. But we're looking at this stuff sick in the mind. I don't know if you've taken a look at these labs before or not. Let me know. Okay, we finished that lab. Great. Let's move on to the next thing. Probably, yep. Okay, so in practice, a single request may initiate an entire multi-step sequence behind the scenes, transitioning the application through multiple hidden states that it enters and then exits again before request processing is complete. We refer to these as substates. If you can identify one or more HTTP requests that can cause an interaction with the same data, You can potentially abuse these substates to expose time-sensitive variations of the type of logic flaws that are common in multi-step workflows. Sick of the Mind says, I'm a big advocate for PortSwigger WASA. I've never heard of that one. Maybe I should look it up. Ish Malik says, do you think I should try TryHackMe SOC level 1 if I want to get an internship? So Ish Malik, well, I mean, you need to make sure that what is covered by SOC 1 is what you're actually looking for. So TryHackMe, I think the certification is called the SAL 1. TryHackMe SAL 1. SOC Security Analyst Level 1 certification. If this is what you're looking for, and you're okay paying for the certification, then maybe, yeah. I'm pretty sure that the SAL 1 certification costs something like $500. Let me look it up. So SAL 1 TryHackMe price. Shin BDR, hello, nice to see you here. So it is £297. Oh, euros. 297 euros. USD to Euro 297. Okay, so Euro 297 to USD. So 297 euros is 346 American dollars. And Sewer Service, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? But I'm pretty sure this is the cheaper option. So TryHackMe is the cheaper option. Let's see, Ishmalik, race conditions nice. Are we stated? Do we finish it? Or are we ending? So we just finished the first two. The first two of the labs, and we'll be trying the third one in just a sec. Sarah Service says it's a lot of money for a level 1 cert just for landing an internship. I mean, it is kind of expensive, but like, Ishmael, like, do you want to do like SOC analyst work? If you want to do SOC analyst work, it might be worth it. The same certification, but from the other big education platform. So this one would be, what is it? Certified Defensive Analyst something something. Hack the Box SOC Analyst certification. Certified Defensive Security Analyst. Let's look up the price. Okay, so this is more expensive than the other one. So it's 490 versus, what was the other price? Like 460? But anyways, let's go back. So race conditions. So you might be familiar with the flawed multi-factor authentication workflows that let you perform the first part of the login using known credentials, then navigate straight to the application via forced browsing, effectively bypassing MFA entirely. Okay, I mean, we've done something like that before. So the following pseudocode demonstrates how a website could be vulnerable to a race variation of this attack. Fiaxton says, I think you can get the Hack the Box certification cheaper by buying the modules and not the entire plan. Okay, Fiaxton says, I did that with CPTS, so the entire path cost me around 140 euros. Okay. And, I mean, the other thing is that if you're a student, so Ishmael, like, are you a student? If you're a student at a university or a high school, you should be able to qualify for like a pretty significant discount if you're looking at Hack the Box. So hack the box student discount. Okay, Zero Service says it's another thing that you can't land internships based off your projects in cyber, unlike in software engineering. Well, one thing is to show off your previous personal works like freelance job projects, etc. I mean, you can show people your projects or like the different tools that you created for cybersecurity, and it's kind of similar. CTF some data. I mean, if you're able to do like, if you have like a lot of CTF write-ups, that might help you out, especially if the CTF write-ups are in like relevant categories. So for example, if you're looking for like a defensive role oriented job, you could show a lot of walkthroughs for CTF challenges that deal with defensive, well, relevant defensive skills. Same thing is if you are trying to get a job as like a reverse engineer or like exploit development, you could show a bunch of different CTFs where you were able to find vulnerabilities in binaries or do the reverse engineering. It's you can also show like some other like programming projects or creating tools, like I've said before. Okay, so session user ID, if user MFA enabled, session MFA, enforce MFA equals true, generate the MFA token to the blah blah blah. Okay. Yes, you are a student? Yeah, definitely take a look at the discounts you can get over here. I'm not exactly sure if anybody here has been taking advantage of the Hack the Box Academy discounts for students. Let me know exactly what those discounts are, because I heard they were very, very significant. Okay, so the methodology. To detect and abuse hidden multi-step sequences, we recommend the following methodology, which is summarized from the white paper, Smashing the State Gate. So probe, predict, probe, prove. Predict, probe over and over again, I guess, and then prove. Predict potential collisions. So testing every endpoint is impractical. After mapping out the target site as normal, you can reduce the number of endpoints you need to test by asking yourself the following questions. Is this endpoint security critical? Many endpoints don't touch critical functionality, so they're not worth testing. Oh, Fiaxen, yeah, I guess that's relevant. The problem with using the student discount is that once you stop paying the plan, you lose access to the modules. That's pretty devious. I mean, if you pay for the stuff normally, you get like unlimited access to the training materials that you buy. But if you don't, if you buy it at a discount, they take the stuff away from you when your access runs out. That's kind of yeah. Fiaxen says, I think the best option is to get certified by buying cubes, and then after you finish the entire path, pay for the exam. So can you buy cubes with the student discount? Or is that not possible? Race hasn't started yet. I'm reading about how to do the next attack. So is there any collision potential? For a successful collision, you typically need 2 or more requests that trigger operations for the same record. For example, consider the following variations of the password reset implementation. Okay, so user ID is the attacker's user ID and then the victim user ID with different tokens. And what actually gets put in there, we don't know. So Zero Service says, that's the thing, buying is just not owning, and we don't know how. Buying should be owning. I mean, that's the thing, that everything is a service these days. So the thing is that you don't really own the materials, so that's another reason why you should be taking really good notes. So if you've got like really good learning materials, you can't rely on being able to look at those learning materials later. This is why you have to take your own notes when you study. Okay, any good websites for CTFs? It really depends on what kind of challenges you're looking for. If you've got like a certain category of challenge, I might be able to recommend something for you. And Kai Yuki, hello, nice to see you here. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, probe for clues. To recognize clues, you must first benchmark how the endpoint behaves under normal conditions. You can do this with burp repeater by grouping all your requests and then send the group in sequence. Next, send the same group of requests all at once using the single packet attack or last byte sync to minimize network jitter. Okay. Anything can be a clue. Alternatively, you can use the turbo intruder extension. Just look for some sort of form of deviation from what you observed during benchmarking. To test for race condition vulnerabilities quickly and easily, you can use the trigger race conditions custom action. This sends parallel requests with a single click, but this is for Burp Suite Professional. Is that what they're trying to say? So hack the box and TryHackMe for starters. That's what I know. I mean, depending on what your specialization is, there might be like more specialized CTF websites you might want to try. I steal shoelaces. Hello, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Sarah Service says, you have to spend the cubes with care. You are given some beforehand. You gain more as you solve challenges. Try not to run out of them to the point of having to buy them. I mean, if we're talking about Hack the Box, I think you get like something like 50 cubes. Is it 30 or 50 cubes? But when you buy the modules, most of them cost at least like 100 cubes. This is, yeah, one of the things about Hack the Box I don't like so much is that they've got like a pseudo currency that they use. So we're talking about academy.hackthebox.com. Okay. Is it logging me in? I'm not sure. Okay, I'm logged in. So you get like a number of cubes. I think it's like 30 cubes or 40 cubes, maybe even 50 cubes. The only things that you can buy with 50 cubes is like really, really low tier modules. Let's talk about this for a second. So all of your tier 0 modules are you're going to purchase them with like 10 cubes each. But there are different tiers of modules, which is basically like, you know, more or less expensive. All of your tier 1 modules cost 50 cubes each. How many? 50 cubes each. Okay, so you buy them for 50 cubes, but when you complete them, you only get 10 cubes back. Which means if you're a free user, you might be able to get one. I'm not sure. So Serif Service says, which CTF would you prefer? For me, an absolute beginner, right now, I'm just learning CTFs that are Linux based. In the future, what should I use once I have understanding of the security world? How did you go about things to get where you are right now? It's key. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? That's not too rewarding. You eventually have to buy them. Well, I mean, you either have to eventually buy them or you need to make a bunch of accounts to buy all of these tier 1 modules. Not that I'm suggesting that. That's not really ethical. But what CTF would I suggest to you? The easiest place to start is probably, if you just want like challenges, the easiest place to start is probably like dockerlabs.es. So dockerlabs.es it's a website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers. All you need to get started with dockerlabs.es is like Docker installed on your Kali Linux machine. They also have like some very, very easy machines that you can download and hack against. And I've got like a playlist for these on my YouTube channel. Let me get that playlist. So aside from that, there are some very... Well, I mean, most of the very easy level machines over at Docker Labs, they teach you some fundamentals of Linux hacking, like stuff like file upload attacks and brute force attacks, hash cracking, stuff like that. It's a pretty good place. It's a pretty good place to start, and you don't need to be super proficient in technology. You just need to figure out how to install Docker on your Kali Linux machine. It's not too difficult. Okay, and how did you go from where to get to where I am? I mean, I can give you a place to start. I mean, how did I get to where I am? That's kind of a long story. Okay, chat discussion. Okay, to get to where the Shy Hat is. So I started learning basic technology stuff, so like A+ certification, materials. Then I learned... So A+ certification materials is probably where you want to start if you've got no background in technology at all. Then you want to learn stuff that's covered in the Network Plus cert materials. And then if you want to go from there, after you've got your basic networking, your basic IT stuff down, you want to start learning about, well, network hacking. So network hacking techniques, web app hacking techniques, and then... So the network hacking techniques you can probably get from places like TryHackMe. Web app hacking, I'd probably go with... Oh, I guess to do like Linux as well. So Linux skills, you could look towards something like over-the-wire Bandit. Or the Wire Bandit, or Hack My VM, Venus. These are both good places to learn about different common Linux tricks for hacking, and where to look for certain types of information. So network hacking, I'd go with tryhackme.com, or maybe someplace like EchoCTF. For web app hacking, over the wire, Nadas. But the best place to learn about web app hacking, of course, is PortSwigger Academy. And aside from that, I'm not too sure. It's kind of a big ask. Okay, power level 10K, a mine set up a day ago. Don't mind me, I'm just excited for Linux. Yeah, I mean, Linux is a really fun operating system to work with. I work with Linux every day. It's not my primary operating system, but I still really like it. Okay, where were we? We're studying about race conditions. So prove the concept. So try to understand what's happening, remove superfluous requests, and make sure you can still replicate the effects. So advanced race conditions can cause unusual and unique primitives, so the path to maximum impact is not immediately obvious. You may think of each race condition as a structural weakness rather than an isolated vulnerability. Multi-endpoint race conditions. Perhaps the most intuitive form of these race conditions are those involving sending requests to multiple endpoints at the same time. So think about the classic logic flaw in online stores where you're able to add an item to your basket or cart, pay for it, and then add more items to the cart before force browsing to the order confirmation page. Wow, that exists? That sure is sneaky. So let's see, if you're not familiar with this, check out the insufficient workflow validation lab. That's diabolical. So a variation of this vulnerability can occur when payment validation and order confirmations are performed during a processing of a single request. The state machine for the order status might look something like this: basket pending, post make payment, payment validated, basket confirmed. Sarah Services, is that a glitch? Free stuff? I mean, I would be, even if I discovered something like this, I would be more inclined to report it to the proper authorities rather than try to abuse this myself. Because if I try to abuse this myself, whatever store has my information, they've got like my credit card, I probably need to make a user account. I mean, I guess you could try creating like a burner account to abuse this kind of stuff. I don't recommend it, of course, because I don't endorse any criminal activities. Jackson says, going to sleep. So happy to discover this channel. Thank you very much, and hope you come back some other time. Have a great rest. And that's where you guys come in to stop us people from getting free stuff. I mean, we pay tax, let us be. Well, listen, we don't do any criminal stuff on this channel, and we don't endorse criminal behavior. Did you hear that, YouTube and Twitch? Thank you. So aligning multi-endpoint race windows. Okay. Connection warming. Back-end connection delays don't usually interfere with race condition attacks because they typically delay parallel requests equally, so your request stays in sync. Teti Zote, hello, nice to see you here, and Happy New Year. Okay, I'm very sure I'm not going to be able to do this next lab unless I look at the walkthrough, because this is a whole new concept to me. The only type of race conditions I've been able to do in the past are like really, really simple ones. Multi-endpoint race conditions. Let's take a look at this. But we joke about it. Well, we try to. We try to. Okay, so this purchasing flow contains a race condition that enables you to purchase items for an unintended price. To solve the lab, successfully purchase the lightweight leather jacket. You can log into your own account with the following credentials: Wiener Peter. When experimenting, we recommend purchasing the gift card as you can later redeem this to avoid running out of store credit. Okay. Access the lab. Okay, we can buy gift cards. I think we're just gonna put this in the Burp Suite browser. We're going to terminate this Turbo Intruder attack. Red Sly Fox says, what do you think about this article? The uncomfortable truth about breaking cybersecurity, why the industry avoids newcomers even when the demand is high. Can you link the article, Red Sly Fox? I mean, we could look over it. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, you hear a lot of stories about how it's hard to break into cybersecurity because people don't seem to... Well, the problem is that it's hard to know what a person's actual skill sets are. And the other problem is that most of these cybersecurity job postings, they have like a lot of really strange requirements. But I'll take a look at the article. Just a second. So this is pretty recent. It looks like it was published a couple days ago. Okay, why the industry avoids newcomers even when the demand is high. So there are millions of unfilled cybersecurity roles, yet capable entry-level candidates are rejected every day. The industry publicly claims a severe skills shortage while quietly filtering out anyone who has not already been trusted elsewhere. So this is why entry-level roles are demanding 3 to 5 years of experience. Entry-level roles demanding 3 to 5 years of experience. That's pretty disheartening. This is deliberate risk avoidance in a field where one bad hire can be catastrophic. If you approach this market like a normal entry-level job hunt, you will keep failing for reasons no one is incentivized to explain. This post explains how security hiring actually works, and I'll work with it in. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so when ads run on Twitch, we will put on the birds. This is my favorite bird video, everybody. Please enjoy this video. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Okay, I hope you enjoyed the bird video. We will put the birds away and we'll talk about this article some more. At the end of the post, you will understand why cybersecurity hiring behaves differently from software and IT. Why trust, not skill, determines who gets hired at the junior level. So, I mean, I wasn't, when I was hired for a web app security role. Let me tell you what my role into cybersecurity was. So cybersecurity, first job for the Shy Hat. So I studied for 18 months before I got my first role. So in that 18 months, during that time, I volunteered a lot for the local cybersecurity community. And so what did I do for the local cybersecurity community? I gave talks on my method of study to get into cyber, and I also led workshops on technical topics. For a monthly meetup. So what happened was some leaders in the community found out I was looking for a job. They contacted a person or a company owner. So a company owner they knew was hiring. They so I turned, what is the word? So I turned a good reputation in the community into a first job. So this is the type of thing that I recommend to people. Like, study hard, know your stuff, but at the same time do a lot of social networking and become a part of the community. If you become a valued member of the community will help you out. Okay, thank you very much for following. Hiya here, thank you. And Red Sly Fox says, I have an IT degree and I don't get interviews for IT support roles. And I don't even get interviews for IT support roles. So you've got the IT degree, okay? And you don't get interviews for IT support roles. I mean, have you worked in IT support jobs before? I'm not too sure, like, how different it is between IT support and like cybersecurity. The other thing about cybersecurity is that we talk a lot about how cybersecurity is a lot of different roles, and one specialization of cyber might not be like another specialization of cyber. It's hard to know. Okay, so where are we talking about? So why cybersecurity hiring behaves differently from software and IT, why trust not skill determines who gets hired, and how elite hiring culture quietly shut the door on newcomers. So entry level 5 years required. You may have heard the stat, 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs globally. I mean, I heard like it was 500,000 roles in the US alone, but these figures are always like hyper, what is the word? Exaggerated. Okay, and yet you apply to dozens of roles, get ghosted by most, get rejected by the rest for lack of experience. This happens across tech, but is far more pronounced in cybersecurity. This is not an accident. Here's what's actually happening. Cybersecurity hiring is not a talent market, it's a risk market. That single thing reframes everything. So when I was a security manager at Amazon building out the team, I reviewed hundreds of resumes each week for a handful of critical roles. Even when the role demanded seniority, the bar was unforgiving. The more relevant the experience at scale in complex environments, the better. Not because junior candidates lacked ability, but because I could not afford the risk. The role did not allow for learning on the job. This is how most security hiring works. Hiring managers aren't optimizing for growing talent primarily. They're optimizing to avoid blame. If you hire a senior and something goes wrong, that's bad luck. If you hire a junior and something goes wrong, that's bad judgment. Software engineering arguably tolerates iteration and mistakes better. In cybersecurity, being 99% times right can still be a failing grade. The skills gap is not about skills, it's about risk tolerance. And as the stakes risk tolerance collapses. The system is not broken, it's working as designed, but this still leaves an obvious question. If security hiring is about avoiding risk, who absorbs the risk? The answer is predictable. The juniors! Okay, so in a risk-adverse system, uncertainty gets pushed to the edges. In cybersecurity hiring, juniors are that uncertainty, okay? I'm not here to tell you that the system should change. I'm here to tell you how to win within it. But first you need to understand why you keep losing. Training juniors is expensive in ways job descriptions never mention. Seniors lose hours to mentorship they can't afford. Every new hire with access expands the attack surface security teams are supposed to shrink. But the real killer is asymmetric consequences. The junior makes the mistake, the manager owns the fallout. No one gets promoted for taking a risk on a junior. People absolutely get fired when the risk goes wrong. So many teams would rather stay understaffed than take on an unknown risk. That open role might stay open for 18 months because nobody qualified applied. Is an easier conversation than I hired someone junior and they caused an incident. That's not fair. This is not fair, but it is rational. And there's another layer making it worse, one that has nothing to do with risk math and everything to do with culture. So culture eats strategy for breakfast and juniors for lunch. So I spent years at Amazon as a bar raiser. For those unfamiliar, bar raisers are trained interviewers who sit on hiring loops to ensure that every new hire raises the functional bar. Are they better than 50% of their would-be peers in similar roles? And that they have the long-term growth potential in the company through cultural fit. When everyone shares the same mental models, you move faster in a crisis. I remember one candidate who was deep functionally and a strong coder, but across multiple interviews, he hadn't shown the builder mindset. No ownership signals, no inherent leadership qualities. The hiring manager wanted to hire fast and focused only on technical skills and made an argument to hire the candidate. I pushed back. Amazing tech skills don't automatically raise the bar on culture. We did not hire the candidate. That system works at Amazon because Amazon invests on both sides. High bar plus high support, rigorous interviews plus intensive onboarding, and a bazillion mechanisms like automated tools and paved road solutions that prevent mistakes from becoming real incidents. Here's the problem. Many companies copied Amazon's filter, but few copied Amazon's investment. Smaller companies adopted elite hiring standards without the onboarding, mentorship, tooling, or safety nets that make them survivable. Risk aversion plus borrowed elite culture equals in industry hostile to beginners. Okay, so to wrap it up, the skills gap is real, but not how you've been told. There's no shortage of people who want security jobs. There's a shortage of people that hiring managers feel safe betting on. So security hiring avoids risk by design. Juniors are excluded rationally. Elite culture tightened the gate without adding support. This is not your fault, but it is your problem. Here's one key insight from this post. In cybersecurity, trust is the entry-level requirement. You don't convince security teams you're smart. You convince them you're safe. Every resume bullet, every interview answer, every portfolio piece should answer one question. Why is hiring me lower risk than hiring nobody? Okay. I mean, this kind of highlights what I talk about when I recommend my method of getting a job in cybersecurity. So the first thing you do is you study a lot and you know the stuff that is required for the role. And then you make connections to people inside the community. The people in the community, they will vouch for your level of trust for those entry-level roles. So the people in the community were able to put me in front of a person who is looking for a job, and the only reason they did that is because they trusted me already, because I'd been doing so much volunteering and leading workshops and stuff to prove that I was a valuable member of the community. Okay, what is reality? IT is very easy. If you don't think so, you may not understand it. IT is very easy. I don't know who's I guess you're saying that IT is very easy. I mean, I'm not looking for a job in IT, but I guess I mean, if cybersecurity is IT, yeah, I'm not completely sure, but yeah, the article that we just read, it kind of reinforces what I usually tell people who are trying to get into cybersecurity. Red Sly Fox says, who is he responding to? I'm responding to what is reality on YouTube. Okay, let's go back. I'm pretty sure that the lab is shut down by now. Let's go back to it. Okay, what is reality says, cybersecurity, just computers in general, is very straightforward. I mean, if you say that computers are very straightforward, then why is everybody having problems? Okay, so we've got our lab here, and I think what we want to do is we want to purchase the lightweight leather jacket. Oh, okay. I think we need to restart our lab. Okay, so the lab is up. Let's go ahead and put this in our Burp Suite browser. Then we'll log into our account. We are Wiener Peter. Okay, so what is reality says, not everybody's experience when I first started was very confusing, but it just took time to learn. Are you trying to say that if you know the thing, then it's easy? What is Reality Zero says, are you practicing for a job or something? Are you asking me if I'm practicing for a job? No, I'm not practicing for a job. I teach beginner cybersecurity skills. Red Sly Fox says, I didn't know that YouTube messages could be integrated into Twitch chat. It's not really integration, but it is like something like reposting. So all the messages on Twitch get reposted to YouTube, and everything, all the messages on YouTube get replayed to Twitch. Okay. So F Sheet says, IT is easy if you've done it for a while. I mean, any job role is easy if you have a lot of experience. So valid gift cards. Gift cards available? No gift cards available. Please enter the valid gift card code. So I'm assuming that what we need to do in this case is we need to redeem a bunch of the same gift card. That's my guess. So we got store credit 100. Spin Life Chronicle says, I'm in the process of changing careers in my 50s, and it's becoming the hardest thing I've ever done. It's so hard. F Sheet says, I changed my career and it's the best thing I've ever done. Rose Reality says, the only hard jobs are the ones where you have to work with people, in my experience, like fast food. Well, I mean, if you're allowed to just, do your own thing, then most of the time the job isn't super hard. It's when your managers or your other team members ask you to do stuff that that you haven't done before, like novel things. That's usually when things start getting difficult. Anyways, okay, we'll try buying some gift cards. So my card is empty, okay. But Bloodhound, yeah. So I think I did a couple of the API labs over at PortSwigger. They were pretty fun. I mean, I like most of the stuff at PortSwigger. Okay, where are those gift cards? Here they are. So buy a gift card. Make a purchase. Place order. Okay, you have bought the following gift cards. So we got this one right here. I think what we need to do is we need to buy multiple of the same, well, we need to redeem multiple of the same gift card code. So if we're able to do this, If we're able to do this like, dozens or hundreds of times, then we'll be able to afford the thing. Okay, Bloodhound says, I watched the last stream where you did API. Got started thanks to you. Oh, awesome, awesome. So let's see, what is Reality says, are you streaming this for your students? I'm streaming this for everybody. I run a program where I teach skills. So GitHub, HackerFrogs. We've got a couple of courses that we do here as well. We're not currently doing a course, but we do like walkthroughs these days. So some really basic skills that get people into get people thinking about different aspects of cybersecurity. So most people need to learn stuff like Linux and Python programming, some basics of web app hacking, digital forensics, etc., etc. So the reason why I was going through this article is because somebody sent it to me and they wanted my opinion on it. So we went through the article to talk about how hiring inside of security in particular is difficult. Okay, or Orange says, in your opinion, for me who is just starting out in bug bounty, what vulnerabilities should I learn? I mean, if you're starting out in bug bounty, that's tough because most people who do bug bounty they tend to be specialized. They specialize in one or two types of vulnerabilities. I'd say the first thing you want to do is you want to learn a little bit of everything. And then after you learn a little bit of everything, you want to pivot into learning your specialization very well. Let's talk about that. I can recommend the web app hacking links. Was Reality says, so you teach cybersecurity skills. Do you teach anything else? Do you just teach online, or do you go to a physical school to teach? So I teach primarily online through the YouTube channel as well as the Twitch channel, but I'm also looking to start up a nonprofit group that does in-person education programs as well. So that's going to be my big goal in 2026. Wish me luck. But okay, so what we've got here, we have a gift card. So if we can redeem this gift card like hundreds of times all at the same time, then we might be able to purchase the jacket that we're looking for. Okay, we'll go back to our account and please enter the gift card code. Well, we'll make one more purchase because we need to see the pattern for redeeming the gift cards. Okay, we'll buy one more gift card. What's your username in HackerOne? NPC Eugenie. Hello, nice to see you here. I'm pretty sure I've got an account on HackerOne. I'm not a bug bounty person. What is Reality says, I wish you the best. I am after money. I am after money. It's great that you want to do a nonprofit. Well, I mean, I would like to make money as well, but making money isn't my primary goal for being in cybersecurity. I really like cybersecurity, and that's why I like learning it and teaching it to other people. Okay, Orange says, is XSS or SQLI vulnerability suitable for me to learn at the beginning? I mean, the most suitable vulnerabilities for learning for beginners. I mean, we can take a look at some of the topics over at PortSwigger, right? Do you have a video of DNS hijacking? DNS hijacking? Are you talking about zone transfers or something else? Okay, so latest topic, view all topics. So probably, what are we talking about? So we're talking about like suitable vulnerabilities for beginners who want to get into bug bounty. I mean, I'm not a person who can. I'll try to give some advice. I don't recommend bug bounty as somebody's first job in cybersecurity who's coming from an unrelated field, because bug bounty is not a reliable source of income. I know people who do bug bounty, and if it works for you, that's great. But I mean, I would recommend getting a regular job as a web app security tester instead of doing bug bounty, because it's regular pay, and it isn't dependent on. It isn't like, what is the word? Feast or famine? Okay, what is reality says, of course you can do the things that you like, but I think you should try to make money off of what you do, but I think it's great that you're doing this for free. Thank you. I'm just trying to... This is actually what I do, teaching cybersecurity online as part of like a live stream. It's not something that a lot of people do. I don't think I know anybody else who does like a program online for free. Okay, so if you're getting into bug bounty, what is the first type of vulnerability that you should look into? Probably something like access control, because there's a lot of access control vulnerabilities inside of web apps. So access control is all about being able to perform actions or look at data that you're not supposed to. Most of the time we're talking about horizontal privilege escalation, as in like looking at the data of other users. Like another thing that might be easier to grasp as far as like beginners are concerned is stuff like what is it called again? Like IDOR? Indirect object references. SQL injection is a very it can be a very, very complicated topic. So I don't know if it's the vulnerability you want to learn, especially if you're like, if it's one of your first web app topics that you're trying to get into. Anyways, let's go back. So we bought our gift cards. Oh, we're supposed to do it over here. Add to cart. Okay, and let's buy the thing. Okay, you've bought the following gift cards. So we got this one, we got this one. So I'm pretty sure we can burn this one just to see what the workflow looks like. So how do we redeem these? So this one's fine. I think from the My Account page you can redeem the gift cards. So click on redeem. And then we can go over to our Burp Suite proxy. We got post gift card. Okay, Red Sly Fox says, haven't modern frameworks eliminated the SQL injection vulnerability? They have not. They have not. Well, let's talk about this for a second. So SQL injection vulnerability, the myth is that SQL injection doesn't exist anymore. Modern web app frameworks don't allow SQL injection. So SQL is dead. That's not true. This is not true. Why? The frameworks reduce the number of unsafe coding practices that result in SQL injection vulnerability. Developers can reintroduce SQLi as a result of modifying code. And not all developers use the frameworks as intended, which also can make the code vulnerable. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Jin Sasin Mu. Thank you. So not all developers use the frameworks as intended, which can also make the code vulnerable, but not all developers that's not the way you spelled the word not, are using the safe frameworks. So it's up to them to code the application safely. Okay, I'll continue after the break. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. But in the meantime, check out these birds. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about SQL injection. There's a lot of people. Some people think that SQL doesn't exist anymore. Let's talk a little bit more about this. So SQL injection vulnerability. So if we're talking about modern frameworks not allowing like SQL vulnerable code, we can also talk about like old code bases. Old code bases / old apps. These apps are very much not written using modern frameworks. So the older any application is, any app's code is, the more likely it's coded in an unsafe manner. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. SQLi is similar to XSS. It seems like it's rarely seen, even though the vulnerability is still often found. I mean, I can talk to any of my my friends who do web app pen testing, and they still find SQL injection fairly often, It's not every engagement, it's not every app, but it's still. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that if you test 10 apps, you might find SQL injection on like 1 or 2 of them. Okay, so let's see. What is reality says nowadays, where there's a hack, it seems to always be human error. Well, I mean, most of the time when hacks happen, so like big, the vulnerability that leads to big hacks. Most of the time, it's not sexy software exploits. Most of the time, it's phishing and getting people to click on links or open files from sketchy sources. Okay, and Suresh, hello. I'm from India. Hello from Suresh. Nice to see you. What is up? What is up? And welcome to the stream. So yeah, most of the time when a big hack happens, it's because somebody got hacked, and not some software got hacked. It's very rare for people, or hackers even, to discover some previously unknown. Software vulnerability that leads to compromise of the network. But when it happens, it's usually a supply chain attack. Smiley face. Okay, can you explain the difference between DOM XSS and reflected SSS? So DOM XSS and reflected SSS? Well, reflected XSS is XSS that doesn't have to touch the server. It is executed entirely in the web browser of the person who does it. And DOM XSS, I'm not exactly sure about that one. Like the DOM model, something something. It's been a while since I've studied it. But I mean, we're talking about types of XSS. So there's reflected, there's stored, and there's DOM. So DOM is about the document object model. I do know that reflected is executed on the client side, and stored is stored in databases. Okay, Suresh says, will AI replace cybersecurity roles? It will replace cybersecurity roles. How many of them is currently unknown, but I guess we'll figure it out in a few years. What is reality says, I appreciate your goal here is to teach people. I wish you the best. I'm going to go. Hey, and thank you for coming by and sharing your opinion. Thank you very much. I hope to see you again sometime. Okay, I think we're going to need to get going pretty soon, because I need to, well, this is around the usual time we finish up. But before we go, let's talk about what's going on the channel. So we've got a Reddit. You can find our schedules over here. It's the second week of 2026, and there's one more stream. So there's going to be one on January the 9th in a couple days, and we're going to be doing these topics over here. So we're going to be doing some reverse engineering over at HackerFrogs After School. So this is kind of like a course in progress that I'm doing over here, but we're going to be trying to learn about how to take apart programs, or x86 programs in particular. So that's going to be a highlight for the Friday stream. Another thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking a look at cloud security challenges over at Pwned Labs. So Pwned Labs is it's a pretty good alternative to stuff like TryHackMe and Hack the Box. In particular, they've got a bunch of these free cloud security lab challenges that we're going to be taking a look at. And we're also going to be taking a look at a very popular Russian CTF platform, which is called Standoff 365. They've got a really large network of systems that are accessible entirely for free, and we're going to be doing enumeration against that. Thank you very much, F-Sheet, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. So yeah, so the next stream is going to be on Friday. So for the people on Twitch, we're going to be raiding into another channel. And if you didn't know, there are a bunch of people who stream about cybersecurity. And a lot of them are archived on this site called InfoSec Streams. So I'm the only person who is on right now, but there's a bunch of other creators who do the same stuff that I do on Twitch and on YouTube. Orange asks, do I use Kali Linux? Yeah, of course I'm using Kali Linux. Not that Kali Linux is the only thing you can use, but yeah, I'm using Kali Linux. If you want to learn how to use your own Kali Linux, I've got a video for that I can give to everybody. Okay, and yeah, you can check out this video if you want to learn how to use your own Kali Linux machine. Okay, so who is streaming on Twitch? We're gonna raid into them just a second. It looks like we've got Moohoodles. Moohoodles is a great streamer who streams on Twitch and talks about like science topics. So I think she is doing something on space, NASA stuff. What is this? Space and astrobiology news. Awesome, awesome. Okay, we'll start the raid. Alright everybody, but before we go, when you arrive on Moohoodle's channel, if you could give this message right over here, it's OSFrog, hip hop hack OSFrog. If you could give that message when you arrive on the channel, I would really appreciate that. Okay, thank you very much for all the kind words. So Siva says, what's up? I'm from Corella. I'm a cybersecurity researcher. I haven't earned big money from bug bounty hunting yet. Every day I'm working to improve my skills. Awesome, awesome. I hope to see you in another stream. But yeah, thank you very much for everybody for watching. JJ Cow, thank you very much for the follow. And we'll be back on Friday for more hacking and more education, all sorts of great stuff. All right, everybody, HackerFrogs ready to raid out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.